pausing all my random streams here. Alrighty. Test. Test. I'm streaming to 3 different places right now. So I'm trying to get my window set up for this. Alright, is this set to public? It's not. Okay. That's public. This is also public. And my mic is not muted. A little low though. I think I need to boost my volume here, right? This was supposed to be boosted a bit. Hopefully that's a little better. Hopefully that's better. Apparently not. I don't know. Alright. Here we go. I'm streaming. We have a playtest today. I'm just starting up. Alright, so I'm going to maybe I'll just continue this care. I think my last thing I was doing was I think it was farming Quartzel for the Thorn Shield. Now, a couple things I get to try to this time is our new system, the Registry of Chronicles, which is kind of our take on, well, yeah, I kind of have to do that. For some reason, some of these, maybe it's because I don't have an actual registry component yet. Let's try it. Oh, my sound's not in my ears. There we go. Alright, so last time I was playing, I got a Sword of Thornroll. I got a bunch of greens. So I will go just test a few things. Obviously, I'm kind of demolishing Lobby stuff. I'll take that stake. I'm going to go check some exploration points. And a couple other things I'm thinking about are, which will come about later, but how does leveling pace feel? Like right now, it's probably too fast. It was fast before, too fast before Registry of Chronicles. So now it's probably very fast. It should slow down a lot after level 10. But my kind of exploration stuff is in. You get progress for quite literally everything. So I just killed a wolf. Let's look at wolf. So I killed 2 wolves. And for some reason, leaderboard's not working, which is very odd. figure out what that is. Board fails to load sometimes. I don't know if it's just so yeah, that's one thing. Moose range needs to be a little longer. You can see you get a lot of bonus damage when you level up. Enemies. Moose range too short. Head is in the target character. So as I walk up here, I should get the exploration bonus on XP. There it is. You have discovered the orc camp, a location through exploration, which is this right here. So this is our map. That's new. And same thing over here. I should get more XP for just... Oh, I need to add sound to that. This is more exploration. Add sound when you explore a new area. There it is. Don't think I see any names up there. Not that I even need any of those. Was that Quartzel? He's up? No, he's not. Alright, well I think I finally fixed the pathing. This pather had a route that was broken. And so he kept pathing to 0, 0, 0. These guys are kind of equal level now, so trying to make sure I only get one. See, my damage is a lot less because of it. Gonna get this sucrose tree. And I'll attempt to farm my shield a little bit. Just because that's where I continued from last time. And I killed the Quartzel 2 times. I got the Hammer of Juve. And I got like nothing the other time. But I think I'll do a little bit of exploration around the world this time. And we'll kind of just go from there. And then if anyone joins, I can start up a new character with them. Well, now crit damage is finally working, so actually doing proper crit damage, which is nice. Now I just got the Earth Elemental Camp exploration. I think I even fixed. Oh, do I have another power potion? I might be able to make a power potion. I need snow. Let me go get that real quick. I think I saw some up here. I need some snow in this area. Gathering. Add snow near Earth elementals. There's no snow. I'll take that power spice though. Can't use those ones. I do need to make, do I have campfires? Let's see if I have campfires. Nope. You also get XP for gathering now, so it makes it a little bit, it's okay to just do a bunch of gathering, because you get rewards for it. And that goes back to, not only you're getting rewards there, but you're getting gathering rewards here. And so, there's got to be something failing, and then I use a lot of do once type systems in my multiplayer code, and it's a precaution to prevent people from, I need more than that, spamming the server. I have to check a lot of these to make sure they're supposed to give like 1 to 3. Okay, get the fireplace up. And the other thing I'm thinking of is, so I have my first phase of my combat system. And so how do I take it to the next iteration level? And I really want to have a lot of control over when you use your crit and when you use your combo points. So as a result of that, it's how do you manipulate both your crit chance and your your combo points to do something more interesting. And I'm almost thinking about switching auto attacks to be auto attacks increase your combos. Then you make a choice of when you want to use your abilities, and I think that's going to be a lot better flow, especially going into some combo point ranks will be more efficient than others. I think I'm going to add that combat. Auto attacks now increase your combo points. This lets you have more agency over what combo to use. And mana efficiency levels too. I should say resource. It'll still increase crit chance too. And so yeah, that's gonna work a lot better, I feel like. Because then if I always want to use my strongest spell, I have the ability to do so. And I might even make boost crit damage. Because you don't get tons of crits, I think I want a higher base to make it feel much more impactful when you do use a crit. Then I do want to make it all hits of the action should be crit, not just the first. And hello, just Grasm. How are you? But yeah, so this is my Indie MMO. It's live right now until midnight tonight. So if you ever want to jump in, oh, I didn't even do my links. Oh, I got a new spawn. Sweet. Let's see what that's from after. Yeah, it's done. He's got a heal, so I have to shit, I need my fireplace. Hopefully I don't die. Gonna be quick with my stun here. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. totally gonna die. I have to. No. Do I have a health pot? I'm gonna cheat and res myself. Can I bug him out? I'm so dead. I died. I was not ready for that. I'm going to target myself and res. Oh, I clicked release. Stupid me. I don't think my TP works on. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Yeah. So as I was doing, I forgot to do my pinned comments. So let me do that real quick. All right. There we go. So in the pinned comment, you can see that you can join the playtest. Oh, what happened here? Oh my God, all the water didn't build correctly. Oh, that sucks. Shit, I might need to go fix that. That sucks. I didn't catch that. That's so frustrating. Do you see 5.7 has a beacon or beacon experimental setting for multiplayer? What is beacon? Is that like using iris type thing, or like what? What type of multiplayer things does it do? I have not looked into 5.7. I haven't really cared about upgrading my engine for a while right now, so I haven't really been paying too much attention to new features. I'm on, I think, 5.5.3 right now, so I'm, a decent ways behind. I'm not too sure, but I think it lets you use a proxy to show all players on the same map, even though they're on separate instances. Well, in a client server model, so to show players all on the same map, even though they're on separate instances. So the question is like, so they're on different servers, but you can still, so it's like cross communication between servers kind of thing, or cross like sort of mesh instancing, or type thing. Yeah, I mean that's Unreal needs that. Like I say a lot in my content that if you're trying to do an indie MMO, don't try to do any type of seamless world loading stuff, because that one aspect of things where you have multiple servers powering different sections of your world can be very, very expensive and not even costly from engineering standpoint, but also from a time perspective. It adds so much time to it, and then it's also adds tons of optimization problems that come with it too. Sets up a proxy between the servers the servers communicate per player. Yeah, I mean it's interesting. You know, it being very new. It takes a while for these things to actually be polished and um, production ready, as Unreal has says. Like Unreal's had some features that are been not production ready for a long time. Look at just their mass system. I don't even think mass is production ready yet. At least from Epic's standpoint, Yeah, I have 55 maps that I have to split between servers. Each server holds a certain amount of instances of the world maps. Yeah. So it's seamless loading stuff from a multiplayer perspective. And so for me, it's like I'm building an indie MMO. I want to keep it stupid simple mentality through it all. Because I do feel like MMOs have this long history of overcomplicating the tech. And if EverQuest was successful back in 1999, I can just use the EverQuest model of tech and create a great game. I don't need to try all the cutting edge stuff. I don't need to do all these other features. I just want to use what's worked in the past, and we use Play. This is a live server in the cloud in PlayFab right now, and I've had people all over the world able to play with no issues. Like I think I've had like 20 different countries log in, and they've been able to play just fine. And so even if that type of technology comes out with Unreal, I just want to stay simplified with like tech concept, right? And because we built our own tech called Vertical Third from 2019 to 2022, we built an actual tech product. Our tech has kind of been solved, and it's very far along. We have our combat systems. We know how to that allow us to make raids, allow us to make boss encounters. We have our entire loot system. We have entire quest system, crafting, inventory. I just implemented a whole achievement type system. We're combining. We don't want to be a quest hub game, and so we're combining quest hubs with achievements. So instead of getting a 10 kill bear quest, you can come here, and so I probably have a reward from Earth Elementals. I've killed 10 of these, and normally there would be something here, but there's a bug right now, and so that's not coming up. But do you have login and database working? Yeah. So right now I just use standard PlayFab logins, and that just works for now. Eventually, I might switch that over to Epic Game Store logins. To tap into the whole kind of Fortnite ecosystem and Epic Game Store ecosystem. I might not. I don't know. We'll see how far, if I hit a stopping point with PlayFab. And PlayFab uses, they have a key value pair system for characters and for title data and stuff. And that's basically my database right now. And it's just JSON API queries to PlayFab, and it's working phenomenal. Like all my loot saves. I have integrated a lot of some persistency on saving buffs and things like that, but that's just because I'm working on other features and things that are taking other priority. But My loot saves, my equipment saves, my location in the world saves. I do have my like. Let me log out. I think that gets fixed when I log out. I have a you have a client. You log into the character select, and these are all um, dedicated server instances that you get rolled up. So I just rolled up a character select server. So this is a client connected to a character select server, and it was previously shut off because no one was on it, and I said, hey, turn one on so I can connect to it, which is why it takes a few seconds. And then I connect to it, and in this case, the other server was for the world was still up, so it found one, and I just connect back to it. And so it should still have like the monsters where it's located and all that stuff. And so each zone is its own server type thing. So I have a character select server. This server is its own server, and then I have a dungeon that's very basic. It just has a raid boss there. But hopefully this fixed my issue here. Yeah. So now we have leaderboards here, so you can see who's been killing all the leaderboards. Again, just PlayFab has a leaderboard system, right? So every single one of these is its own leaderboard. And so I can go to each one of these and see how many spiders I've killed and how I compete with everyone else. I just put this in this patch, so it's pretty much just me right now. But then there's like the bosses, and then like the categories of elementals. So it's like all 4 different elemental types combined here. Then you're like your death. So I threw this in just in case people wanted to do hardcore. They could actually verify how many times they've died. You're gathering stuff, and this is like the first iteration of the achievement stuff, and that's all being saved to the cloud through various title data things. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm trying to take that approach of I do want to have a good quality game, and as we all know in game dev, if you can choose, it's always a choice of like you can do quality, but that's always going to take a lot of time, right? And so some indie MMOs will focus on content over quality, and that can both. It's always that struggle of an indie dev. Do you give the players more things to do, or do you polish what you have? And they're both in the motivation to get more players, right? And some players won't play your game if it's not polished, but some players will play your game if there's enough content. And it's always that push and pull. And our mentality is definitely, at the very least, spend 5% of our time on polish every week. And there's maybe some weeks where we only focus on polish. And as that adds up over time, it can kind of show for it. Yeah, I don't care too much about polish, but partly party play is important for me, yeah. Okay, I can drop a fireplace. And part of polish is also expensive, right? Polish means good animations, good sound effects, good VFX. Those are like so much about polish. Like your game feel revolves so much about your animations and your VFX, all those things. And it's like, that is... Hello, Paxian. Welcome back. Nice to see you again. So much of polish is... and like, I unfortunately missed... I need to put this in my packaging steps because I missed it this time. These are all my packaging steps every time I push a build for a playtest. And so it keeps growing and growing. One thing I didn't do is make sure water what's it called? I didn't kill this before I die. think I can take this guy now. So PvP is going to come later. The initial thought is like it's probably going to be a lot later, but I'm open to stuff. I'm open to like at the very minimal of like adding duels or something. You know, maybe like it's very easy to just flag each other for as enemies and let you guys duel. But at the moment, it's not really a priority. Make sure water volumes, or I should say like ocean, river volumes are carving. So this is like a random bug I have. I don't know what triggers it, but my water, so this is supposed to be a giant river, and it didn't cut out the volume properly. I think I actually have to package the game when this level is loaded in order to it properly do it, which is like really weird. And yeah, this like glitching is a little bit due to our weather system. That's like I've got it mostly replicated properly, but there's still a little bit of timing glitches that are causing this to screw up. I think I have the weather system itself is replicated, but then there is the day-night system that the server has stuff going on and off that triggers stuff where the client is off-centered, off-timed a little bit. All right, so I need to try and get this guy. I am fighting against respawn timers here. Get another fireplace down. Yeah, so we bought this one from, it's the So Stylized asset from the marketplace, and he designed it pretty well, where it was pretty easy for me to convert to multiplayer, and I'm still figuring out a little bit of glitches here and there, but I've been pretty impressed overall. Do I finally have what I need for a I do. Power potion. And that defense potion. Alright, let's do this. Come on, Quartzel. I got you now. Stun your heal. Oh shit, I wasted my stun. Not good. No, I thought I was gonna have it. Alright, big hit, big hit. Alright, get the stun. Alright, we got it. Good. No, I still didn't get my... This is the third time I killed him. I didn't get my Thorn Shield. So I have the weapons from an orc up here. I'll show you my map. This is my new map system that I just put in. And so, like, again, we're very EverQuest inspired, so everything's, like, camp-based. And right now I'm killing the earth elementals over here. And I got my sword from this guy here, Thornrill. So now I'm getting my shield from the earth elementals. And, you know, obviously a bunch of these have different loot depending on who you're, what type of class you are. And it's kind of like that big... We're kind of just going all into that. You know, find a camp, grind that camp for loot and rewards and interesting boss fights. And hopefully do that with a bunch of friends and have a good time during it all. Yeah, I really like the simplicity of it. I'll probably even, but my plan was like if you continue zooming out, that it'll just pop into your mini map, and so like or maybe a ring comes up, and you can have your mini map around you. I like having it so minimalistic and interactable. Oh, there's someone else in here. Hello, Exodus. Oh, I botched that. Exodus. I don't think I can get up from here, buddy. Oh, it's Pexian. Hey, let's see you around. I can start a new character if you want. Here, I'll invite you. Yeah, your invite will be at the top left of your screen. I know it's not very apparent. No, I'm totally down. Like you just do you. You know, have fun with the game. If you have any comments, let me know. As far as like testing stuff, it's really just like combat feel, pacing, XP rates, um, overall pathing of leveling. How does grinding camps feel? So many mages always exploit. They always trap stuff and start just start shooting for free. It's such a common thing I've seen. We've had that since the first playtest we ever had. Um, I always like to bring it up. The first playtest we have, um, going all the way back. Where is it? All the way at the top. I always bring this up when I see it. Um, the very first playtest. Y'all are a bunch of ninja looters and exploiters, typical MMO players. Got one guy sneaking around mining everything and a mage up here just exploiting to kill stuff. It was our first playtest back in April of 2025. It's like if MMO players find a way to exploit, they will exploit. Yeah, so the oh shit, I'm about to die. I also think I forgot to set the respawn timer to the proper value. What is that? All right, I'm gonna sit. Yeah, I'm all about just play how you want. If you wanna exploit stuff and goof around, like I'm not gonna tell you how to play. I want you to experience it how you want to experience it, and if you have anything to report back to me, go for it. That's what the playtest is about. To like, I don't need more people to play like me, right? I need people to play like they want to play and get feedback on that. And so we're trying to have that balance of like I've kind of like today I was just thinking about this of um yeah, I need to nerf XP for low level mobs. I'll put that down in my notes. Um, XP uh, nerf XP rates for low level enemies. You know, compared to player. That's the real problem, right, for AoE grinding right now. Um, because basically level 1 is still giving 75 XP pretty much, compared to a level 10 that's probably giving 120 XP or whatever. There is an issue with one mage grabbing all the mobs and taking them all for themselves. How do you fix that? Um, so again, it's going to be a couple things. One, making enemies harder for one, because like again, because I implemented my combo system or my new combo system like 2 weeks ago, um, damage numbers got mega buffed, and that was part of it. And so before the combo system update, the mage would get demolished if you had like 2 or 3 things on you, because you just didn't have the damage, you didn't have the health, all these things. But now that I basically buffed, giga buffed damage from the player's perspective because of the new combo system, because I needed a weak ability as your combo 1, a medium damage ability as your combo 2, and then a heavy damage ability as your combo 3. Just by doing that, but naturally you're like, okay, 3 damage at 1, 6 damage at 2, and then like to make it feel impactful, 12 damage at 3. That type of thing is where just massive power creep came through, which is why like you're kind of demolishing everything. Okay, yeah, strategy grouping them up. I think it's when I find a spot where I can't get attacked as mage. Yeah, and we'll probably figure out something to do that, um, nerfs, and like that goes back into even enemies having, some enemies might have a stun. Um, I think stamina's better right now. I almost have a full set of stamina gear. But yeah, there's I'm slowly introducing proper balance features. Like right now, it's been more about getting systems online, and before there wasn't. It was just like auto attacking and spell casting. There wasn't really much of um, a combat system. It's like, okay, it's fine. It's what you expect, but there's nothing interesting and different about the combo system. And so, or the combat system. And that's why, okay, let's get 1.0 of your combat system. And MMOs are just like, it's a giant game of stacking systems and how they all feel together, right? And that's why we didn't invest time into questing right off the bat. We didn't, even though Vertical Third has 10 different quest types, right? Has all your expected quest types you could probably think of in an MMO. But we didn't go populate the whole zone with quests because we didn't want quest hubs. And so I got the first version of the registry in. And so this allows us to, it's broke again. I wonder what's breaking all that stuff. It's so weird. Um, did I mark that down? Rewards aren't loading. Or reward progression. Ranks aren't loading. Death. These are all the things of like next month. I'm going to try and clean up all of these like weird bugs and polish and stuff. And every little bit we do, we increase the polish level. Set death respawn timer back to 8 seconds. But yeah, so there's, and like another example, the enchanter had like almost 0 mana costs on almost every spell they had. And so this patch I started to put in some mana costs. And just feeling out my first combo, combat 1.0, whatever. I'm like, okay, I want to have these, I made the video partly because like I'm describing to myself of like what are my goals with this system. And it made me really realize after a lot of kind of QA and gameplay myself is that I need a better way to manage combo point generation for spells. And I'm probably going to the next patch, I'm going to swap because the core concept, I want you to auto attack. I really want you to like sometimes just take the time to auto attack. And I'm going to make it so your auto attack increases your combo points, not your abilities. And so that way, every auto attack, you're waiting for which combo point do you want to use, and it'll make it much more strategic. Crypto Zero, thank you. Oh, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we're again, we're doing a live playtest right now, so just download the Epic Games Store if you're interested in checking us out. And we do have our water did not build properly this time around, so there's a bunch of lakes and stuff that are flat that shouldn't be flat. I didn't catch that in the build out. But other than that, we're a very EverQuest. We call it like EverQuest and WoW had a baby, but modernized. And so there's a lot of, I know people have probably heard that like EverQuest inspired MMO, several times now. But we want to take from it, but modernize it into our like more recent trends. And like I'm kind of like coming up with the idea of like outdoor worlds should feel a bit more like WoW, and it's like very soloable, very casual, not like don't take it too seriously. You can just play whatever, and then dungeons will be much more like EverQuest, where you kind of have to pay attention. If you don't, you're gonna fuck up and die. You're gonna probably cost your team a lot of time. Yeah, we don't have instance-based dungeons. These type of things, and so that's kind of like the current kind of philosophy of everything. Yeah, thank you. Fellow game dev here. I'm not nearly as involved as you are, but I'm focused on finishing college before I really start out working out the game idea. That's a very good way to do it. Learn the skills and stuff, and refine your game idea, and then dive into it. I don't know if you're aware, but I think it's in the links in my below. But I did do a Coursera course for Epic Games. They hired us, and I did the Epic Games Game Design Professional Certificate. The last 4 courses, from courses 5 through 8, I did. And so through that I teach you how to prototype 6 different game modes. It's like story, crafting, action combat, capture the flag, stealth survival, crafting, I think. And I've gotten a lot of good feedback on that course that we've done. We put a ton of effort into that course. There's like 26 hours of video content, and so on your journey to like prototyping, I really and I don't get monetary kickbacks or anything from that in any way. So it is just a course we put a lot of effort and time into to help the next generation of developers and designers come through. Yeah, so right now, this is the map I put in recently, and I'm pulling out what little hair I have left due to FP and recursive functions. I'm currently going through boot.dev's programming courses. I can't wait to start putting it all in action. I plan on starting my game development on Roblox/Core. Get my foot in the door as far as positive cash flow is concerned. Then I want to move into a standalone version of my game. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Like, any way you can find an easy way to prototype your stuff is good. You know, it doesn't matter what tool you use to do that. And stuff like Roblox and, you know, Fortnite Creative and stuff, they're just tools that help you prototype and things. Oh, functional programming. Okay. Yeah, and like for me, like my entire game here, just so you know, is all blueprint code. I have one tiny blueprint class, or C++ class, which all it does is disable something out of default Unreal. It doesn't even do any code. It just disables a function. And by default, when a player disconnects in Unreal Engine, so if they Alt F4, they quit the game, they get kicked off, by default their character will get destroyed. And as an MMO, I needed to prevent that so I could, you know, save stuff to the cloud before the disconnect, or potentially have a system where their character stays in the game for 2 minutes, and then they can like log back in and get to it. But outside of the game, the entire game is blueprint code. And we're creators of Vertical Third. It's a tech product we built from primarily from 2019 to 2022, which is game architecture. And so that's just a random thing I will point you to, because this is useful to like all developers, no matter what engine you're working on. This is a video I did on game architecture. And it's very, very, again, we use Vertical Third as kind of an example on on how we've done it, but it's just like the idea of how you structure your game as a project management and stuff, and a project organization aspect of things. And so it's doesn't matter what game engine you use, you can have some takeaways for that on how you're structuring and building your game, and having good, because a lot of games there's so little knowledge on like a game architecture in general, and how to properly organize your project for long-term success, because every game suffers from like tech debt, and I consider like bad organization partly tech debt, but so many games struggle in the late stages trying to ship parts of the game just because of early setup, early technology choices. These things end up hurting them in the long run. And so that's kind of what our journey has trying to become is, I'm going to kill this boar just because he's here. I'm not fond of blueprints due to them being introduced to me before I fully understood logic flow and certain paradigms. I haven't touched UE5 or anything in that nature since I've learned other basics and mastered them. Speaking of all that, though, would love to playtest. How would I go? Yeah, you just, so in the pinned comment, we're just on the Epic Game Store. Just download the demo. It prompts you to create an account, and you just log in. Or you can just pull up the Epic Games Store, search Ruins of Tearyn, and you'll see our demo there. It's the I'll just to show you. But if you go to Epic Games Store, if this would load, Ruins of Tearyn, and there we are. It's got a bunch of our details, and then the demo download right there. So. That reminds me, I need a map button. I didn't even think about that. I also do what? When map is zoomed out far enough, add minimap. Or convert. Minimap is active by default. And like minimap can be shrunk, I guess. I don't know. / hidden. Models will flee after not taking damage for X amount of time, and if they are past a certain point, they only flee after. I'll be adding code to this, but right now they only flee after a leash range, and so right now it's like a 5,000 or 6,000 leash range that if you get past their spawn point by X distance, that's when they leash back. But there's extra conditions I want to do to that. Like if right now I think it's based on only the monster, whereas before I should also do a check if the player's outside of that leash range, they also reset. And then standard stuff like maybe if they don't take damage or whatever after 10 seconds they also leash back or something. If they're chasing and they haven't taken any damage for 10 seconds, they leash back. So there's like extra conditions I need to put in, but which I'm kind of actually I'm going to put down extra conditions for resetting. Player has went outside of leash range. Not taking damage and chasing for X seconds. It won't bother my time on it if you're going to add code to make it more. Yeah, it's just one of those things of it goes back to polish, right? Like I want people I don't want monsters to chase forever, and that also leads to more exploiting. And I'm also low here. And so those type of conditions it adds the polish, Monsters resetting properly adds the polish a bunch. Going back to what Crypto was talking about, yeah, blueprints are just like any other language. They get a lot of crap from like people being a little bit elitist coders, and it really is. It's just another programming language. You gotta figure out the do's and don'ts. There's pros and cons to it. All those aspects of things. There's tons of videos on what not to do, what you're allowed to do. And so I just kind of like what you talked about. I consider blueprint codes, it is a paradigm in itself. And a lot of people are like, oh, C++ is super fast. It's the best way to do it, yada, yada, yada. And my first response is always, well, name the C++ game that has come out with 0 bugs, perfect optimization, and like flawless development, right? Like it doesn't exist. So you can't natively say that Blueprint or C++ is for game development is better than Blueprints, and that's where Blueprints has pros. And the paradigm of a Blueprints is just like any coding paradigm, is that your paradigm you choose to use is very often to do with clean code, to have a clean project, to have to prevent you, to handcuff you intentionally, so you don't do stupid coding practices. And that's what Blueprint code facilitates really well. I've said it before on the stream. I am following a very keep it stupid simple development process. I don't want to invest in crazy expensive technology or make things super complicated. I am like, what is the bare minimum and easiest thing to do to create a great MMO? I'm going back to EverQuest days of each zone is its own server. It's very easy to do with PlayFab right now. I built my own tech, which is all blueprint code, it's all data table based. I can add abilities and loot just to the game in seconds. Um, I designed a raid boss and implemented it, within a day. I built a whole bunch of the bosses, like all these bosses here. Built a whole bunch of them in just a day. And so I'm trying to always take that approach of keep it stupid simple. Don't try and invent new tech. And like when we were making when we got a mega grants from 2019 to 2022, like we always had the dream of obviously making our own MMO. And so we built it with that in mind. And so just kind of like what you're going through crypto, um, like learning how to build a game before building a game. And that's the journey that we kind of had. And I think it's really, really going to help us in the future to keep our project clean, to keep it simple, to not overdo things, to not overcomplicate things. And I think that's a really key part about, especially in this genre. This MMO genre is cursed right now, and our whole goal here is to prove our vertical slice is functional on the technical aspect of things. Through our streams, we're proving that adding content is very easy. Our systems are, content is really easy to integrate and add. And so we're just checking off all the potential, because like publishing is like, it's hard enough to get a job right now, or well, I mean jobs too, but it's almost impossible to get jobs right now in the games industry. There's like a recent report that said last like couple years, like a third, 33% of the industry's been laid off because there was such a hiring boom in the 2020s because of COVID, and then everything's kind of crapped out. All these like AAA and AA games have crapped out. And then AI is affecting studios too because it's dumb executives. But if you can find a spot that AI can't get on and it's within its spawn radius, then you can kill with no issue. Thanks, teleport. Yeah, that's the other thing. I like, um, uh, Paxian. Uh, the teleport is on a very low cooldown for a reason, and it's mostly to deal with. We want an easy tool as developers to get around the map very easily. And so I intentionally put that in the game right now as like a like before it was a 1 second cooldown. Right now it's a 4 second cooldown. And it's probably going to get nerfed at some point. It's probably going to be like an 8 or 10 second cooldown, and then like with talents and stuff, you'll probably make it smaller and shorter, or have reset options. But the reality is, Blink being on a 4 second cooldown is way too short. The cooldown ain't the issue. It's the fact that you can get places normal people can't. Yeah, like I totally get that too. And that goes back to like AIs could like eventually they'll have more ranged attacks. I think almost everything is basically a a melee attack right now, right? So like fire elementals, or I might have everything have at least one. That's the other thing. Like I could do is um, every enemy, like I might have additional code as like another metric to that. If they can't get to you after X amount of times, they have like a one ranged attack that's maybe on a 5-second cooldown to like hit you somehow, right? And the issue with that, I guess, is sometimes you want people to kite stuff, right? That's one of the tactics from EverQuest that we are staying true to. And if you play the Hunter, he's an incredible kiter, and he's got lots of CC and utility, and he's really, really good at kiting stuff. Especially like so I put Kick's Trap in the game, and oh my god, it feels so good to be able to just like place traps and kick them at your target. It feels really, really good on the Hunter, and he's an incredible kiter. But yeah, there's a lot of things that we still need to implement for like anti-griefing and anti-exploiting. There's tons of stuff to do there. But it's like right now, it's like if people have fun doing that at this stage of the game, I'm gonna let them do it. Like I'm not gonna be super principle. I'll like slowly trickle in things that prevent that. But if you're here playing my game and you're having fun, like whatever, that's all I really care about right now. Because like the stage we're at, like I'm adding new features. I'm slowly dwindling away at because there's twigs in the way to where this item dropped. I can't pick it up. I can't pick it up in time. Can you just loot the twigs? The twigs should be on like a 2-minute cooldown or something like that. It would suck if I didn't have a skill level to pick up the weeds. I mean, the items should be on a pretty long cooldown before they get back up. And then obviously we'll have like more advanced features of, hey, this thing is like right now it's like very Diablo-esque of anyone can pick up the loot that drops. And it'll probably be more on a timer of like, oh, you killed this target that you tagged. This is your loot for X amount of time before it unlocks for anyone to pick up, right? And then we could even have it pop up for you, saying, hey, this loot dropped for you. Did you forget about it? Would you like to loot it or something like that, Crypto, nice to see you in. Hey, dude. I chooses the archer. Nice. The archer's fun too because it's the only class in the game right now that's going to have a dodge roll. And it is a iframe dodge roll. You get like 1 second of immunity. So there's a lot of it's the so-called teleport of the archer type thing. And again, so if you didn't catch our combat video, every spell you use right now generates a combo point. Combo points are shown by the little blue orbs on your character. Okay, so our usability increased your combo point. Every ability has a 1 version, a 2 version, and a 3 version. It's basically like a light version, a medium version, and a heavy version. And so that's the combo system right now. So if you dodge once, it's just a dodge roll. If you dodge twice, it's going to be a dodge roll plus small movement speed burst. If you dodge a third time, it's a dodge roll with a larger move speed burst. And the same thing goes for everything. The damage, like for the warrior right now, is just a damage increase. For your spells, the mage, if your first fireball is just a basic damage. Your second fireball is a direct damage and dot. And your third fireball is area effect damage and area effect dot. And so it's a combo system that's trying to, and then when our orbs turn red, that means your next ability is going to be a critical hit. And so if I use my big ability here, boom, big crit, 160. But Crypto, if you're interested, I can come join you on a new character if you'd like, or you can solo. Up to you. I'm fine with either. I want people to tell me how the solo experience is, and I'm happy to join you on whatever. Right now, I'm just like chilling around and waiting to get my Quartzel Thorn Shield. Is what I'm doing. And so and again the whole other concept here is the Registry of Chronicles is effectively, let me log in and out because it keeps screwing up. Character select. I'll come on my rogue maybe. So hopefully this isn't. If you log out, it seems to fix it. But the Registry of Chronicles is supposed to be basically merging quest systems with achievement system. And a lot of achievement systems, you get just achievement points, and it's completely worthless. Whereas my system, it basically replaces stupid kill quests, all those things. So if you kill 10 bears, you can click this and get 500 XP. There's exploration bonuses. So if you go around town or go around the world, each one of these is going to give you a little bit of an XP bonus. And then if you get a bunch of them, you can go to the exploration. So there's something screwing up the. I guess if I click on one, it gives it away, really weirdly, or this is being hidden somehow. I think I have some past code that was debugging. Registry Chronicles, reward. I think Canvas panel or widget switcher is being hidden. Pretty neat. The multiplayer is working already. That's the scariest part for me, if I'm being honest. Yeah, it's a lot of so it's all out of the box Unreal Engine replication code, and so it's just knowing that stuff really well. Believe me, if I had the time, I would do a whole frickin' series on Unreal Engine Blueprint multiplayer. That's been like a chip on my shoulder to prove like how good it is and how much you can do. And like it's more than enough of what you need for like 90% of games. There's nothing I'm doing that's not out of the box Unreal for multiplayer. And you can check your ping if you hit escape. There's FPS, and I guess I had mine already on, but why isn't that showing up? What the hell? That's weird. It's supposed to show up in the top right. I don't know what's. Thankfully, I paid for my MMO framework, so I don't have to delete that too much on the code side. I may have found a bug. Well, I'm sure you have, but always let me know what the bug is. I do in my Discord. I do this every time I do playtests. Um, there's like a February playtest feedback, and I have them archived. So we go down here. I have all my past playtest feedback archived, and so if you have anything to report, I always prefer it here, so I have a record of it, and I can always like reference it and go back to it. Yeah, that was like one of the last things I did yesterday was creating these buttons, and I need to make new keybinds. Because they were all right here on this menu here, but it's like a stepping stone toward um, ripping all of these menus out of this. Like right now, this is the profile window from vertical third. I'm going to rip out every single one of these things to be their own individual window, and so that's kind of like it's legacy code. And I'm when we first started the project, again, we only started this project at like the very end of 2024. It was like December. And so all that was downloading marketplace assets and implementing them into vertical third. And so we didn't really get to core Ruins of Tearyn content until like the first kind of quarter of um, the first 2 quarters of 2025. Again, this project's only been around for about a year, but we have a lot done with vertical third. And so that's kind of where it goes from there. And crypto, it looks like you might have hit control. Control is like RP walk. I don't know if that's what you hit. So hit control and you'll stop RP walking type thing. I might need to. I need to like put like a debuff or something on of like people. A lot of people have said that. Oh, I have this bug. I can't move very fast. It's like, oh, you just hit control. That's all it is. All right, I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna mute myself here. All right, I'm back. All right, so let's see here. Dan, got 2 Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls. Little one. The third one. I think you combo them up with autos or something. So that means both of you get our blue ball. I didn't even think about that. I'm only level 4. I think I can join you guys so we can group content and we're on the same playing field. Yeah, so just a quick note about that. The way I have our system, so like if I invite both of you in the top left corner, you can join. There's another thing I need to put like a pop up, a better pop up on, better pop up when you get invited to a group. I wish I could stay longer, but my studies I stopped because my viewers, because one of my viewers was viewing the dev of this, and I was asked to come check it out. Definitely an amazing work. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. Really appreciate it. I want to get to this point, and I feel if I just play games, I'll never be able to create one. Yeah, dude. Um, I was on a bit of a trek there to like the games industry sucks right now, dude. I'm not trying to be bleak about it, but um, I've pitched a lot of different games. I've pitched big ones. I've pitched small ones. This is my big project. I have small projects. Trying to get funding sucks right now. So like, there was a while there. Well, I have a League of Legends YouTube channel as well, and so I was trying to have that take off. I was like, my YouTube is AP Shaco Jungle, and so I was trying to have that kind of take off for a while there. And occasionally I pop up there and literally promote my MMO on that side of things. But yeah, if you play too many games, it can definitely take away. But at the same time, you need to play games as well to develop your own sort of taste of how you're going to make your game different. So it's a little bit of both. Um, and like if I didn't play MMOs as much as I have in my life, I wouldn't be here building an MMO, you know? And so like there's a balance there. I did say AP Shaco. uh, Here, I'll link my Shaco account. Yeah, I don't know if you're still in the stream, Exodius, but yeah, I have a AP Shaco account or YouTube. Um, so well, speaking of, I play League as well for years. I know I was for I have to help my special needs daughter. So I'll be back in a second. But yeah, so I started playing around 2011, you know, and it's so hard to get off the game. And so 2011 is when I started. I had a break because when I jumped in the industry around 2015. And so from somewhere from like 2015 to 2020, I didn't play as much, right? There's a huge break there. Even at my ranked, like if I open up my op.gg, there's like I played through like season 4 to 5 and like a huge break of ranked from there. And then this last year I had like a huge, you know, re back into it. Got Emerald on Ivern Jungle. Um, but then when I started to see people play, I saw like Pink Ward and stuff, and some of these like people that some of them weren't. I mean, obviously Pink Ward's the exception, but there's a lot of Shaco players that weren't very high ranked, but they're getting views. And I was like, okay, well, can I have a streaming career or something like that on this very niche champion that lots of people love to watch, and like take the strategic approach of it. And so I was like not feeling Ivern at the time, even though he's a great character. Um, no one wants to watch someone play Ivern. Like Ivern's probably one of the lowest watched champions, right? There's a couple people that have some, you know, form of good viewership on him, but whenever you like some of these good shakeout players, it's just a fun champion to watch because you just make these big plays. and like you can lose the game, but like you can make some really fun plays that people love to see. And then you see people like in other top junglers, um, Twitch streams, people are constantly requesting them to play Shaco, and a lot of these top players can't play Shaco because he's just a super niche champion. He's not like so many others, and as a result of that, there's just like this opportunity to be a Shaco content creator. And then a lot of the Shaco players didn't really teach the Shaco mechanics either, which is a little weird, right? They weren't very educational. Um, so that's one thing I tried to approach the champion with. So yeah, my venture into Shaco, AP Shaco, was a very strategic choice to go into and do things. Um, Again, Crypto, if you're still here, thank you for watching the stream. Thank you for just coming to check out everything. Always happy to answer questions if you ever have questions on Unreal Engine. I know you said you haven't jumped into Unreal yet, but I have an education background as well in game dev, so happy to answer any questions there. Or not. So just let me make sure I read everything here. Focus on studies. Viewers was viewing the dev of this. Seems to come check it out. Yep. Thank you again for the compliments. I want to get the All right. Scroll needs to refresh. Is it a random thing? Scroll needs to refresh. Chat timeout. Mouse hover. All right, I'll be right back. Help my kiddo here. All right, but yeah. So just to recap the LOL stuff. Basically got Emerald on Ivern, swapped to Shaco, got Emerald on Shaco. Then I was like preparing myself for one tricking and got to um, three accounts to Emerald as Shaco. End of last season, almost got was 3 wins away from Diamond because it did like a last minute push, like 3 days before the season ended or something like that. 6 days before the season ended. Almost got Diamond, and then the new season started, and Jesus Christ, new season's like wild. It is so hard to carry games now. It's so hard to carry games now. Oh my god. Oh, apparently a bug. I think that was because you died to them. Enemies reset, not stopping after it dies to them. I can do this though. Respawn. Take that. Yeah, I think I'm going to create a different system for the rogue than energy. I'm not sure I like how energy is going to work in my new system. I might just make it mana based. I don't know. Because part of my philosophy as well is resource management, and I'm debating. I am not. Yeah. Okay. I'm debating even having too many cooldown abilities, and everything is just a set of choices. And if you use the wrong choice in the wrong situation, you're gonna die. Just like I'm about to. Um, let's make some meat. Oh, next month I need to put in the um, belt, like potion belt for um, consumables. I probably won't do a playtest unless I have some content creator I work with. I might not do a playtest until the end of March next month. But yeah, our main goal right now, outside of working through our systems, feeling out our combat, making those improvements, is trying to stress test this thing. That's one of our big kind of unknowns is how many people can we actually have playing in this zone? And it's expected to get about 100. just because that's what Fortnite does. Um, they can have 100 people in this massive world. Yada, yada, yada. I would like to hit at least 200, and I'll be super happy if I get to 300 plus. That would make me over the moon. And so I really need to, I think that's going to take just one of these. Doesn't even have to be a very big MMO creator, content creator, but once I get some form of MMO content creator in this, I should be out actually able to test my stuff properly. Alright, so I think I will go to, on what, level 3? I'm probably not going to play the rogue for much longer. I've played the rogue a lot, and I've tested on the rogue a lot. So, let me go on. I'm going to jump on the enchanter, because I believe I made some improvements to the pets, and I want to feel that out a little bit. I'll give you a mana buff. There you go. Of course. Combat. New auto attack, or I shouldn't say new. Enchanter. And what? New auto attack system for the cleric. Did you want to? Yeah, you want to solo, I think. Yeah, Enchanter's kind of OP right now. I mean, technically, I'm level 3 going against level 1s, but their pit damage is probably a little high. Then again, everyone's damage is kind of high, so. That's going to bring a ton of things. Go now. There's that. Okay. So we still need to improve some stuff here. For whatever reason. watching loot. At some point, I need to put bag progression in the game too. As much as I love not having to deal with a bag, it's an important part of progression. Come on, get off of me. But yeah, we really want to have a lot of different ways to level up too. Um, you know, for some people, it's going to be roaming around the map, killing stuff. Some people, it's going to be Registry of Chronicles, min-maxing. Other people, it's going to be sitting at a camp doing just grinding mobs. Others, it's going to be I'll be trying to figure out different ways for gatherers to level up, and obviously there'll be systems to not make it. I'm trying. The goal is to make everything balanced that you can kind of level up the way you want to level up. If you want to be someone that just kind of gathers and level up that way, we're probably going to allow it and create systems for you to be able to go and just gather for XP. Even stuff outside your level. Like I actually want to have a almost stealth survival-ish styled mode where you basically take increased damage, and it creates basically the Solid Snake style gameplay of you need to roam around the map, you can gather things fast, but you're playing the I can't get detected way of progress. And so you're kind of getting resources while at the same time so you're making money, you're getting resources, and you're potentially crafting a bunch. And that's like a one way to level up. Alright, I need my... did I get the Explorer here? I guess I got the Explorer here already. I need the Explorer for over here, though. I should. Oh, well, the Explore stuff's not working. Maybe I have it already. I might have gotten it already on this character. Let's see if it shows it. Yeah, I don't know. Let me check my account. Let me just make sure this is not a bug. I may have already logged into this character and got those explorers as a test. Players. Stark. Yeah. They're in the white pot. I think it's on the stove. All right, I had some today, so it's on the stove. I thought they tasted good. Let me know how you think. What character am I? I'm on Enchantra. All right. Exploration. Or Camp A. But I don't have the Spider Camp yet. All right, so for some reason, let me test this real quick. I'm gonna be right back. So I have a little bit of anti-spam server side that once a character walks into a exploration zone, it should only activate once per character. And after that, it doesn't try to activate the code again. And there might be a bug there happening. Oh, actually, I know. I think I know what it is. After I leave and I come back, my actor name might be the same. Nope. Okay, there goes. So I don't know what exactly was screwing up there, but I got the actual expiration this time. Simon, welcome back. Okay, I've not been paying attention to chat at all. If anyone's watching. All right, I don't need to be by spiders right now, so I think now I'm level 4. I might be able to. Can I get any of these so I can get that XP? Not have enough Chronicle points. Yes, I do. Let's head over to. Here, I'll invite you to the group. We can go get your mage staff. That's one thing we can do. Another thing I can do is probably, well, maybe not. I was going to say every time the enchanter casts a new pet, to command all pets to automatically attack that, but I'm going to get this real quick. I might try adding in the gatherer's route for the end of next month. But yeah, we can go to the fire elementals, and we can try and try and get you the fire staff. Then I wonder if the named boar is up. I'm not sure. Come on. Yeah. I'm just playing with some people. About to die. Not today. Cheat codes. Playing MMO means not aggroing the mobs and trying to get to the destination. Yeah, it's fourth wall breaking when the sun's done. I ain't fighting every mob like a normie. Yeah, I get that. And that's to some degree like our direction on the game is to have a lot of environmental awareness. Hopefully, I'm not muted. Am I muted? Okay. To have a lot of environmental awareness and um, try not to aggro. See if they get the mini game. Yeah. Well, we're kind of already there, but you know. She's been. I need AFK a second, people. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. But yeah, part of what we are trying to do with the game is to make the game feel a little bit dangerous and not just like you being invulnerable type thing. So it is part of the design that way. All right, is the named up? I don't think so, not yet. Um, we'll wait for the pather here. He's coming up. He should come up to the top of the ramp here. Oh, we might have to actually get in the group now. It'll help us actually hit the target. All right, get this guy on the side. Oh, I also want to implement. So a lot of people don't realize this, and this is always a funny statistic for me to say. EverQuest, during its heyday, was a first-person game. It was not third-person. And it's hard to believe that in today's day, but um, EverQuest was a first-person MMO um, for the longest time. You did not play in third person until like after Planes of Power or something like that, which was like the fourth or fifth expansion or something like that. Mm. Kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it. Do I have meat? I don't have meat. Time to sit for a while. And so one thing I want to do is I like text-based, so it's whatever people complain about a bad interface. I'm confused. Text-based what? Zoom in will convert to true first person mode. There was a small period of time where there was the few first person MMOs. Yeah, MUDs, yeah. MUDs are all text based ones. But yeah, like people just like you don't even think about EverQuest these days as a first person MMO. Right? Like you just assume it was always third person type thing. And so it's just funny to think. It's just a funny comment that like no one even realizes that EverQuest was a first-person MMO for so long. And so I'd like to incorporate, like when I zoom in, it through vertical third, we already have basically a true first-person camera. So when you zoom in, I want it to swap to first-person. And I think that'd be a kind of a cool feature to have. And just like I kind of had like, oh, missed that. Respawns. As this. You hit the mez. What are you doing? Oh, Suko's tree. Not the resist. Do I have a? I need a campfire. Oh, I got lots of sticks. Think. I do have to do some QA on animation. I don't know exactly what's going on. Sometimes wrong animation is playing for a cast. But this is a lot of the core gameplay loop we're really trying to kind of instill is target farming camps for bosses. Then when the bosses spawn, you have cool loot to find. And that cool loot you find can be used in future crafting recipes to upgrade them. And then you're also, while you're grinding these camps, you're progressing your registry of chronicles, which of course is currently like broken for me here, but um, and that's like really distilling our core gameplay loop around. And then you get into like group content, raid content. Again, we want to have very early raiding experiences that feel impactful. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh my god. I need help. Oh my god, there's too many. Alright, I'm gonna cheat. If I can survive this. Which I don't think I will. I'm dead. I might be cheating again. Maybe. No, you didn't see anything. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. They're just, it's part of the game. Alright, it's part of the game. Nothing happened. They just, it was like a apocalyptic event in the game, and the fire elementals just disappeared. That's what happened, right? That's just what happened. Yeah, there's just, it just happened. It's a weather event, anti-fire elemental weather event. They didn't instantly die at all. No, not at all. Nothing happened. I'm not dealing 1,000,000 damage to them. That didn't happen. Like it's not like I'm being recorded right now, right? No one can see me do this, right? Come on, Flaragon. Where you at? I don't have a spawn code this time. Not yet. I got read props behind us here. Alright, I'm gonna drop a fireplace. I'm gonna mez this one. Kill this one. The double mez this. Attack by weapons. Attack. Oh, Mez. I do need AFK for a quick second here. Hopefully I'm going to be safe over here. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I died. I had to help my kiddo. Look at you, farming level 14 spiders, huh? So this is the thing I'm talking about. For some reason, when I package the game, occasionally rivers break. And so you can see this whole molded area is supposed to be a river. And it's not. It's just a giant clump of crap. And I forgot to do it, to add it to my my like I have a short QA list that I check whenever I do a build and like upload it and stuff. And I forgot to add that to the QA list. Look at it reset. It's trying to reset and stuff. Let me I'm gonna leave the group. Let me get some I always try and do some like videos and stuff of my players every test. And I added a new a new feature here, so all right. I might have to reconnect. Okay, so I think my hide enemy nameplate code is on the character. I need to move that. Hold on. All right, I'll be right back. Let me reconnect. Um, all you code should be on the player controller. All right. Doesn't matter when I log in. Alrighty, back to. So these should go away. Get everything off the thing here. And then spectate. There we go. Look how fast they're moving. They're clearly having some reset movement speed bugs. That's too funny. It's super fast mode. That's actually a little creepy. Where are you going? Oh, I forgot my voice is on for this. Alright, let's get a cool shot of you. Hold on. Stay right there. I gotta turn off FPS. Hey, don't move out of the shot. What are you doing? I gotta get your name in there. These are like wallpapers, yo. Ah! My control screwed up. Oop. Copy into the Discord. I made it so I can show the names now as well. Yeah, the AoE grinding stuff, I will nerf it when I think I put it down to nerf XP rates, right? So anything like it's typical MMO stuff. Anything like 5 levels below you is not going to give any XP. Anything, 4 levels below you is probably going to give 10 or 20% the XP it should. These things. Oh, did you die? You died. The Archer boss is up though. So Sybin, when you get big enough, you have a potential bow drop here. But he's up twice. Holy crap! It's only a 10% chance for him to spawn, and for him to spawn at both spawn locations with a 10% value. That's nutty. Doing some flybys. I love doing camera stuff. I love doing all these things. Let's go. Let's go find Sybin. What's Sybin doing? I was doing the mad moves on the Archer. I'm so annoyed with my the grass glitching out. Let's get that video posted. Where is it? Hopefully, not too much of my background noise is in that, but I think I need to add in my spectator controls. Lock mouse to viewport. I wonder if can I go graphics? Do I have a full screen mode? Alt enter? No. Where'd he go? Back to the town. Getting some tacos. The skeleton with the glasses. I get, why is your name not showing? These make, a lot of these are actually, like, I'm really enjoying, doing these as some of our thumbnails, which has been fun. What, is that a bandit? There's a random bandit here, stuck. But I cannot wait, until, I have a whole bunch of people walking around. You're somewhere over here. Are you in the trees? There you are. Oh, the exploiters. It's always fun. Like I said, play Ruins of Tearyn however you want to have fun with. There is a boar boss. I haven't seen him up in a while. Yeah, Rosado. I'm streaming. People are playing. You can join. I was playing earlier, but now I'm just doing a little bit of content as I'm ruining my recording right now. I was just trying to record this guy, but there he goes. Let me stay quiet for 1 second. How are you doing, Rosado? Oh, right. Sorry, I'm bad with all the names. Different names everywhere. Good, good. Just kind of chill day. I'm mad my water broke in this build. And there's just no point to fix it. But you can see the water broke in the build. It happens so randomly. I don't know why it does it, but the water broke. I think I have to have this level loaded while I package it, and then it builds properly. So just very annoying that the water broke. Yeah, it does sort of have that look to it. but I still like the actual water. You're right. It does kind of have a frozen-y look to it. Um, but yeah, it broke. In some areas it looks better. Like some of those like ponds or little lakes, they look fine. But then this is a river, right? This is a river that's like completely broken whatsoever. It looks like some sort of farm divot. And so it's kind of like lit. And so like these things look kind of all right, you know. Usually my test for it is really simple, right? Like when I boot up the game, I got the login screen. Um, like right here is usually where I see the test, and I know like right away if it's broken or not. Because this is so obvious. Because you start the game somewhere around here. You start the game like this, basically. So it's usually really obvious, and I'm just surprised I didn't pick up on it. Clearly, I was very tired last night when I was packaging the game, but that's usually I catch it there, but I did not this time. Oh, that activated came from so far away. My move speed is super cranked. I keep forgetting to make sure names are on. You can hear my kiddo in the background a little bit there. You guys gotta kill a name so I can take like a screenshot of the name. You guys gotta go kill. Might be a little bit high, but I don't think he's too strong right now. Gotta go kill the archer. He's at the goblin camp. Let's see if we get a screenshot here. When our flare gun ever spawned? After all our stuff we did over here. Hey, flare gun's up. Gotta get over here and kill flare gun. Get your mage staff. There's flare gun. What other names are up? Let me do a little tour. Oh, they're going. They're like, loot? I'll get some loot. Let's do some loot. Typical MMO. Skip everything. But this is actually a ton of like EverQuest vibes of like named up, rush to the named, clear as little as we can, and get the named. And if we need to run out or whatever, it doesn't matter as long as we kill the named. All right, I'm gonna be quiet here while I record this. All right, looks like he didn't get lucky. I don't think the staff drop did it. No staff drop. I think that was a T1 staff. Unlucky. It's a 40% drop chance to get the staff of Flargon. But even a T1 staff is a big improvement in damage if they don't have it already. Oh, I gotta make a phone call real quick. All right, I'm back. Um, all right. Let me think here. I really need an autofollow for the spectator. All right, so now you guys gotta work over towards go to the Goblin camp now. So that was the staff of Flargon for the mage. Um, you gotta go to the archer. Look at these spiders. These are devilish spiders. They're so fast now. Um, that's my special needs kiddo in the back, by the way. Um, enemies. Enemies. Resetting. Do not have movement speed reset properly. And a lot of that will get fixed when I do a little bit of the base stats revamp a little bit and mob reset stuff. But there's lucky Saiben over there has 2 chances at the swift bow. I can't remember what it's called, but there's 2 of the archer drops up. I think he's pretty easy now overall. I think I saw a trap go off. It's so funny how the traps currently show from miles away. This fantastic duo over here. You know, it's a pretty impressive duo right now. So that's the type of thing where like some of the animations for some reason aren't getting replicated properly. I don't know if it could be complications with the auto attack and the casted animation causing conflicts. Because they're kind of I'm kind of forcing you to auto attack plus cast a spell like right after each other. Um, I wonder if is Melinda up? It doesn't look like Melinda's up. Yeah, no. This is a Melinda spawn here. This is a Melinda spawn over here. Melinda just drops T1 loot right now. I didn't create the next phase of loot for her. There's a Melinda spawn over here, but they're not up. Quartzel could be up because I was farming them before. Nope, no Quartzel. Is Thornwell up? Nope, no Thornwell. The Orc boss. Any Varagus, I think it's name. No Varagus. I can check one more spot for Thornwell. Oh, I'm loving how like some smooth my spectator's perspective's coming along. Some of the changes I did to the world have made this such a better experience. So Thornwell could be... Hey, there's Thornwell! Thornwell's up for a warrior sword. There's Thornwell. Not that you guys need his loot right now, but you can always do it for an ult. Then is Hasten up. Let's look for Hasten. Doesn't look like we have a Hasten spawn. What about Shalea? Doesn't look like we have Shalea. And of course, our boss of the zone is always up. He's got a 15-minute respawn right now. If you guys wanted to, you guys can, you'd have to get to level 15. I could record you guys trying to kill the boss. I think, was it Simon that got, I think it was Simon, or maybe it was Gabby Bob that got him down to half health at least. So there might be some kiting potential that you guys could do it with 2 people. Let's see if you guys are making progress towards the archer boss, maybe. Okay. You can skip mobs somehow if you want, lol, bro. Did I get to the wrong place, lol? How are you living? No idea where. What's it called? There. I see some people training. Train to zone. Oh, it's gonna be close. Oh, gets over the wall. No pathing allowed. Uh-oh. You might be out of your water. A little bit out of your water here. You technically can pull a log out, log in, and clear your aggro. That should work. It's the goblin camp. That's the area, goblin camp. Ooh. Yeah, it's hard to kite this one. Yeah, you don't invite him yet. He's also, I think, I don't like what level are you? He should be like a level 15 or uh level. He's up there, right? He's level 14, 15, I think. So yeah, when he's the same level as him, he's as I think we killed him last time. I think he's pretty easy. Yeah, there is a whole town by the castle. Again, there's so much more we can like. It's so crazy, right? Like this is such a tiny zone, but there's so much room for content still. It's crazy. Like this could be a whole little section with vendors and other like actual deep quests and stuff, explore points, little hidden gems. Like I could put an exploration thing like find the dead horse. I don't know why this is here, but there's a dead horse in the second tower. It's just like stock stuff, but um, I want the exploration part of this system to have all these little hidden gem things to go find. Um, and little obby things like get on top of this house here to get an exploration point. Click a book in this random house to get an exploration thing. Find the books or something that give you experience. Um, there's just so much. It's like it's such a small zone, yet there's so much we can add. And like I'm not really utilizing all of this space. I might make this like an altar for our. We have a crafting system, like a meta. I'm calling it metamorphosis right now, and it kind of goes into play of our fabled expeditions system, where you can basically summon stronger versions of all the bosses and fight them. And as a result of that, um, you get better loot from them. And then that better loot can be used in more crafting recipes to make those crafting recipes stronger, type thing. So we have a ton of room for content, and then the other thing we'll be doing is you can actually in Unreal in these landscapes you can cut holes in them to provide like mini dungeon experiences, and so those will be maybe like 3 extra bosses down there that you have to be careful of, and so it could be some sort of goblin cave that you go into with a goblin boss down there, or a wolf's den that you have a boss down there for. And what we're really trying to do here is really solidify down that this map and the next map are the core fundamental experiences of Tearyn. And it's you died 7 times already. Last time you died once, yeah. Um, I gotta go watch the boss fight here. You guys are trying to fight him. You can Exodius. You can look it up on your registry of chronicles in the bottom right, and if you go to death, it'll show you how many deaths you have. So this system, just so you know as well, um, is our version of achievements plus the quest system. And so you get basically free XP from just doing stuff out in the world. And so if you go kill a bunch of things, you're always going to have a reward. Now, unfortunately, the reward track's not working for me right now. But if you log out and back in, you'll see the actual reward track. And obviously, everything's like a standard rate right now. Everything's like 10, 25, 50, 75, 100, or whatever. But like if you go to exploration, this had a different track. It was like 2, 4, 6, 10, 12, 13, 19 or something. And so it'll be much more catered towards each track as well. And so it's our idea of we don't want quest hubs in the game. I have 10 deaths. I should get a special helmet for hitting a milestone. Yep. And so that's guys. I need to leave now. I just joined super quick to check the updates. I can log in tomorrow. Unfortunately, I'm going to put servers down tonight. I only wanted to do a quick test, but thank you again, Simon, for showing up again. And I'm probably going to not have a playtest until end of March, I think. I'm going to hopefully continue to poke a few content creators, and maybe I can, get them to do a kind of a big special event, and we get tons of people logged in. Because I'm trying to get this damn thing stress tested. I want to see over 100 people in here and how it functions, And so hopefully I'm able to facilitate that. And it kind of works out. It wasn't. Oh yeah, let me tell TP to you. Hold on. Where are you? You're probably loading in for me. There you are. Oh, nice. You guys gotta look at the fire. Both of you look at the fire. Look at the fire. There you go. All right, hold on. That's a nice screenshot. Yo, that's dope. That's dope. I don't know, I have so much stuff as a dev doing these things. I don't want the NPC in the shot. Oh, can I get the starfall in there? And so one of the last things I did last night was put in so I can show the names in like a more discrete form, so it's not like an entire nameplate, but I like to have my players like their name in the screenshot, so it's like I was there. I'm gonna try and wait for a starfall here, see if I get it. The second I try and open my chat to see what you're saying, the second it's gonna come. There it is. Damn it. I think I did. I recorded it on stream. Um, it's back on one of my um, streams. Let me pull it up. I'm missing every single fucking starfall. I know it. I knew it. And now they're not coming. Typical. Typical. All right. We did get the other screenshot. Yeah, I know. Let me pull up. So if I go to the Ruins of Tearyn page, on the live, I believe it is. I even shoutcasted it slightly. Is it this one? There we go. I think this is you, right? Was that you? Yeah, I shoutcasted it. In a very bad manner, by the way. Yeah, I really want, like, I think that's one way I'm trying to be a little bit different from, like, I really want to have really good modern, enemy mechanics and boss mechanics. All right. Yeah, no, totally, dude. I love recording with my players. It's so much fun. Uh, yeah. I obviously I really appreciate you coming and testing. Uh, my repeat testers here. What? Oh, I hit E. I was like, what is moving me forward? Well, okay, what is going on? Yeah, okay, the Discord thing. Will be your girlfriend 50 wood. Oh, and now it's just me. 50 ms on my CPU, 25 FPS, and my max settings on widescreen. Yeah, so keep in mind that we have not done any type of real optimization passes. I did a little bit with the characters. I have all the characters under the same material, right? And so there used to be separate materials, each one, but now they're all child material instances under each other. So that's what I did with the characters. That allowed me to have characters like fade in and out instead of just popping in. That was a big thing for me. Just even for like video content here, I wanted to have smooth transitions while I'm flying around on the screen, so you can see a lot of the monsters are fading in; they're not popping in, and that's just like so much better for like just videos in general. And then I did modify my all my trees, all my it follows the Fortnite model for all foliage, and every foliage is a replicated actor, but it's dormant, which means it doesn't constantly check for replication and it doesn't destroy um, normally net relevancy will destroy a replicated actor after a certain range, and it keeps it there. But then once it is destroyed, it gets flushed out and pushed to the client type thing. And so um, I'm sorry, I'll be right back. All right. Who we got? Yeah. So there's so much stuff we can do. We'll get our systems in, get them more polished. Still refining combat. Still refining resource management. I think resource management is a really big part of the game that we want to keep in play. And keep building out our systems. And we have a pretty solid foundation to build upon, and it's really easy for me to add stuff through code. And just because of vertical third and how I set it up, and I know Unreal Engine networking like the back of my hand right now, so it's really easy for me to implement things. And it's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to see people try the raid boss. And if you didn't know, I can't remember Exodus if you knew this, but there is a raid boss and separate dungeon. If you go down to the this guy here is supposed to be a group-based boss. Obviously, you can Zerg him, and he'd probably die very quickly. I might do anti-Zerg mechanics at some point, but this door, if you click it, you actually zone into the next world, which is going to be our first dungeon. And so these first two worlds need to be ultra polished before we really move past two worlds. Because they're going to set the stage for all of our kind of design rules for every zone going forward. In movies, sometimes they call it like a previs. Now this is kind of past the previs point, but it's really identifying your vertical slice, your core game fundamentals, and having everyone that's working on the project or anyone that's coming into the project be able to look at these two zones and just understand the design philosophy with the game. And that's like one of the key parts of how we're building this is it's going to take a bit, and we might make it so like the dungeon. I think that originally I was going to say the dungeon is level like 15 to 30. I'm starting to think that maybe instead I make the dungeon 1 to 15, just like this zone. And you have the option to level here or the option to go in the dungeon. That's kind of a good thought process. I'm going to continue that thought in a second. I got to go to the bathroom. All right. Is he still here? It's funny because the first area your players are going to spawn in is going to be their first impression. I keep contrasting WoW starting progression, and it's so fast. It's like to get that level 1 to 10 is quite an experience of onboarding. Not like your game needs that, but it was enough to keep players hooked to get to level 10 and be able to see what's next. I guess your game is not theme parky in the way that players go through zone. You want players to grind the same areas for rare loot and continue to progress from whatever level 15 until the next zone. Yeah, so we're still refining like that process. Like right now, we're still refining it, right? Because as we always say, we're EverQuest plus WoW, and that like formation of direction is constantly like we're still molding that. And I do want the open world to be very soloable, kind of like how it is, right? And dungeons I want to be a little bit harder. And so it's a little bit of that. I do agree, like the early, I think our early starting area here, one, leveling I feel is like too fast right now. It's a bit of both. It's like it's too fast and it's hard, right? It's just so hard doing early level stuff. Because like you're exactly what you're pointing out is WoW level 10 only really took you in a couple hours, even on your first playthrough. And so maybe you can start the dungeon at level 10, and then from there it's like it's one of those things that I don't want people to have to. I want people to like I don't know. It's so hard to decide on that. I do think that I'm not entirely like obviously this starting area and how we developed it was just kind of random, right? Like it's not really a proper starting area. We just picked a spot that was kind of cool, that looked like kind of neat, and then I think I do want to have a lot of better pathing for this, like a better layout of everything. Um, yeah, I'm not happy with the starting area at all. I think for a first zone too, like I want to lower the level to max here to be like a bit of it around level 10. Partly because we will have the Fabled Expedition system coming in, which can upgrade. Like part of the Fabled Expedition system is you can basically, if you go to your crafting thing, you can see I started on it yesterday. You have Metamorphosis, right? Everything you kill is going to drop monster parts. Those monster parts you can go take, like we're a little bit balancing this right now, of you can take you basically get, and the example here is, oh, I got 10 orc bones, right? And I'm going to craft 10 orc bones. It's going to give me a Soul of Thornwell, which is the boss that spawns here. And it could be both of these. It could be one of these. But I could craft this thing, do a ritual right here, and then all the monsters in this spawn in this camp, so to speak, become higher level. And if you get a Thornwell spawn, then you get the Fabled Thornwell, which instead of being like level 7, he'd be like level 15. And all of a sudden, you have better loot from him. You have the Fabled Sword of Thornwell. And with that in mind, with the new system we've kind of thought of, it does kind of let me rethink the whole entire layout of this zone. And I almost want, because like, especially for me playtesting, I playtest a lot, right? I go through QA a lot. And what happens for me is I spawn at the newbie area, and I path through here, I kill some animals, I go straight to orcs or spiders, and that's like the same thing I do every time. And that just feels terrible to me. I want more options and different paths to go as a new player. And that mentality to me automatically makes me want to think I want to start in the very dead center of a map, like this tavern, and then everywhere around it is a potential path to go. And that's kind of like my thought process of thinking. And like I've been thinking about this map flow constantly. Um, and just a few weeks ago, I redid the flow a little bit to kind of like I do like that. Um, why is my map key not working here? That's weird. I do like the camp system. I think that's good. And it identifies like how our gameplay is going to look. But I think I want to start basically at the tavern, and then every direction you go can be a different way to get your initial levels. From there, you can pick, once you kind of get to level 10, you can choose to like kill the boss of the dungeon. You can go into the next dungeon itself, maybe. You can choose to do the Fabled Expedition system where you're farming a bunch of loot from stuff and then upgrading the enemies in that area. Um, but I want like if I want, every time I basically start the game in QA test, especially for streaming, I don't want just three or four options in the same area to test the game. I want to, as an example, one day I play test. I start off leveling against water elementals. The next time I play test, I start off leveling against goblins. The next time I play test, I start leveling through mercenaries. And I want that different experience, and each time is different loot and different bosses. I want that sense of replayability. And there's like pros and cons to going to each one. Eventually, there's going to be enough bosses with a diversity of loot that everyone gets something. And then through the actual registry of chronicles, each one of these, I'll just show you because I'll just reconnect real quick. What's the registry of chronicles is also supposed to do is, if I group up with someone and go to a camp, and if I don't need something from that camp, that's okay, because all of my registry of chronicle loot is going to be class specific. And right now it's just experience gains, right? But in the future, it's going to be class specific loot. It could be recipes. And if I pull up here, once it's unloading, and so it seems like the first time. But if I click on, let's say I go to a fire elemental camp, right? Right now it's just experience. But killing 10 fire elementals maybe gives me a fire elemental bow. And so regardless if there's a boss there I need loot from, I'm going to want to go there because my registry of chronicles, it has something from there. And it's going to be something different every time. And that can apply to your build you're going to do. Maybe I'm a fire archer, right? So of course I want to go to fire elementals to get the fire archer bow. And so that's giving you that idea of like doing quests and different objectives in the map. Without having some sort of quest hub that you have to go to. But yeah, I have been very frustrated with the flow of the map. I think it's a great map, and just the leveling flow and all that junk has been a little bit weird for me to really grasp around. And so I think I really do want to, for the end of March, I think I am going to lower the levels to like level 10, because XP's too fast right now anyways. And part of that comes with the fact of lower levels to level 10. So everything everything in the zone would have like a max of level 10. Which lets us, you pick and choose anywhere to go to, kind of. but then through the expedition system and stuff, it would allow you to, excuse me, um, through the fabled expedition system, through metamorphosis and stuff, allows you to upgrade areas to varying levels, um, to keep staying at that place to farm for longer, for better XP, all those things. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out together. It's not like my game. I'm sticking to quest hubs and things that are close to vanilla WoW, pacing and leveling, and zone model design, yeah. And interesting PvE too, like everywhere you camp is going to have some fun bosses to kill, right? And so it gives you a little bit of that hype of things spawning and stuff. And eventually there'll be trackers and stuff in the game to be like, oh, this one thing's up, or I might even do announcements of when a certain named monster spawns, they do a shout, zone-wide shout to everyone, like, roar, it's Thornwell, come kill me if you want. And it makes a little bit of competitiveness for people to go boss hunt for stuff. So it's kind of like target farming for loot that you need for later on, and all the loot you get from these bosses will be required crafting ingredients into better loot later on in the game. So you're going to want to get these items at low levels to be ready for late game. And then, I'm probably going to make, I think just out of a need of diversity in my gameplay as I play through it, I might do the dungeon as a level 1 to 10 dungeon as well. With that same aspect of you can upgrade the monsters to higher levels. So, yeah. Let me make some of these notes. Flow design. More diversity. Yeah, hopefully these boss items are worth the time investment for however viable they will be for the next leaders to matter. Yeah, I feel like they're really impactful. The items I've made so far. And again, we're not a game that's going like you. Of course, we're an MMO where yes, you're progressing your power, but we're very focused less on massive power boosts and more on creating really fun and unique builds that feel impactful. And because you are only going to have 8 abilities, right? We're locking you at 8 abilities. We're locking you at 8 abilities. But of course, if as you played, each ability has 3 different potential abilities. So even though it's 8, it's actually 24 abilities. So more abilities, less buttons. And then you're also going to have consumables as well. So that's another four things. We'll probably have a utility four button utility belt of some sort. Um, these will probably be hidden eventually, so you won't see these. So X will just be known as sit. B will eventually be fast travel around just the level itself. Potentially other places and zones in the future, but I have a fast travel system I'm planning. That's kind of unique. It's going to be sort of waypointy. You find the waypoint and you can go to it. And so there'll be like a waypoint for the castle, a waypoint for the village, a waypoint for the starting area type thing. Figuring out how to make it an expedition-like system on top of everything else is just you giving me a heart attack, lol, but you know how to code it, and I'm willing to gamble on making it. Yeah, it's not that hard, honestly. Like the expedition system itself, with all of the stuff I already have, is extremely easy, right? It's all crafting and loot. So orcs drop. So I already have a loot system. So me putting an orc bone and a soul of thornwheel thing in the game, 2 seconds. It's just a data table. I created the metamorphosis trade skill. That took 10 to 15 minutes. And then all I have to do is walk up somewhere, and it's a two-part method. I could create an altar right here that I just right click, and it detects what I right clicked, and it uses the spawning system to just spawn an enemy. At that point, it's just enemy design and stuff, which I already have obviously created. So it's just about designing a boss, and like when you're talking about a system like this, it's just upgrading the boss already, so I can quite literally duplicate the other boss, or literally just have a flag on him for is fabled or is not fabled, and change his stats based on when he's fabled, change his action kit when he's fabled. So the entire system is basically done already. It's just a ton of data entry. There's almost zero I have to code. I was even talking about this last. Was it like almost all of this? Like yesterday. I was doing my scope because I wanted like version 1.0 of this in, and like holy crap, I don't really have to do anything. It's all data entry. So create monster parts for each enemy, data entry. Create recipes for each boss, data entry. Create the recipe, create an item that will spawn a fabled boss, data entry. And it's actually super, super easy. It's time consuming because it's just creating a bunch of recipes, adding a bunch of loot, tying them to loot tables, those things. Yeah. So it is kind of like it's somewhat time consuming, but as far as programming, it's like there's almost like nothing to do for the system. It was actually like I was actually pleased. I'm like, holy crap, I have nothing to code. It's like maybe an hour or two. Maybe I'll spend a day of coding for maybe unique situations, like if there's an altar here, and I right click to detect what I right click, or if I'm at a camp, if I'm at the fire elemental camp, and I right click it, it's going to, do a trace and find the actor spawners in this kind of, selected area, and then change the monsters in that area for X amount of time, And it's going to, and like one of the first things I realized when I was building this MMO was you really want dynamic AI in a sense of when you when you set the spawner for this AI, you just want to be able to click on the spawner, hit custom level, set the level range you want it to be, and then when your AI spawns, it has like a little leeway period of like 6 seconds to set its proper level, set its proper abilities based on the level, and if you need to, I haven't done this part yet, but change its appearance based on its level. So you want that dynamic enemy spawning experience. And at one point this month, I guess, I actually did it so when that monster's spawning, this is like networking stuff. The monster's enemies aren't replicated at first. So the monster spawns, it's not replicated, it can't attack, it can't do anything. It sets all of its proper, customized things based on the spawner. And then once all those things are set up and properly done, then it turns on replication, and then the client sees it, it fades in, and the client can attack it. And so that protects it from any like weird exploity things happen, like attacking something when it just spawns and then killing it right away because health is not set properly. But that allows you to just really easily upgrade different enemies' level if you want to reuse them in a different area. My MMO framework is set up so I can create a lot of cool stuff with just data entries to the database and setting things up with a front end that ties it all together. Yeah, exactly. And the great thing about data methods too, like in Unreal, it's data tables. If I wanted to do a hotfix on something, I can update the server, the dedicated server, with as many data table changes as I want, and it's not going to affect the client really. The client like so-called front-end data might be off, but the server is going to calculate it however we want it to do. So it can be kind of nice to have that aspect of things. I'm looking into a lot of different ways through Unreal and how I can hide a lot of server-side functions from the client. And so, like, one example of that, I haven't done any of this yet because it's just not priority. All you're trying to do with this type of idea is what can you hide from the players to stop them from data mining your game and figuring out how things work. And currently, out of the box Unreal, the only way to do that is through the game mode. Because the game mode, you're not supposed to, if you want to do it properly, you don't want to package that into the client files. And in a multiplayer Unreal environment, the client does not get the game mode received at all. And so the game mode I have for the character select server, for this server, for the dungeon server, it's only on the server itself. So it's not possible to be data mined by the player. And so what you could stick in there is any type of like special spawning code. You need to hit this, click this book, flip this switch, and do a little dance in this area in order to spawn this monster, right? And that's the only way you can spawn the monster. But if you did that without on the game mode, it could eventually be data mined. They would figure it out. And in Unreal, you have like RPC events in Unreal, which is obviously just a custom event set to server only. You can technically package the server with all those RPC events connected, but if you package them on the client, you can actually disconnect everything after the custom event, server event, and everything's going to work. Because all you need on the client is that sending that event, request over. The client doesn't run anything after that. I'm happy with how low resource usage my MMO framework comes with when it comes to handling server stuff. Apparently it separates stuff in separate servers, comes together in one. A heat maps are going to be interesting. Data mining, I really need to think about options with Unity. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Honestly, like, it's not the end of the world. Your stuff gets data mined. It's only if you want to do, like, it depends how much you care about hiding stuff from players, right? EverQuest had a lot of name spawns that were like, this thing has a way to trigger the spawn, or has these, maybe it has 10 different placeholder spawns in the zone. And maybe they only spawn at nighttime. Maybe there's that factor, right? And so it's about playing into that a little bit of um, it's Easter eggy stuff. It's goes into the exploration and discovery of things in your game for people that like to search for clues and things and not get stuff spoiled. Um, like Diablo 4 is a great example. No one knows. I don't think anyone knows how to spawn the cow level, and I don't know if that's been figured out yet. But there's all these like crazy clues. There's a whole Discord server on figuring out how to spawn the cow level. Gotta get your crazy screenshot here. We gotta go in a place that hasn't been done yet. We've done the castle. We did the hill over there. Where's a new place you can get a screenshot at? Oh, we can maybe do over the undead area. I'll teleport you there. Thankfully, I've data my experience from other things. There you go. Takes one to know one, right? Oh, right above the entrance to here could be kind of cool. Maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm going to teleport you right here. This is kind of cool. Summon. We'll have to wait for nighttime and stuff too. This is a pretty cool shot. Where you going? Where'd you go? Just trying to screenshot. What'd you do? Oh, you want to be by the gargoyle? Okay. Trying to get this this tunnel in here too. I'm so happy I did the name thing. Get those player names in there. This is just kind of the phase. This is the kind of phase of the game when you're testing. Remember this experience when you're testing your game, right? It can be very hard to get playtesters in your game. Okay, it can be very hard when you're starting out. Um, some of it's luck, right? All it takes is one random YouTuber to catch your stuff, and all of a sudden you can explode, right? And I watch Canon a bunch, and just seeing some of the random MMOs he plays and things. You can try the boss, you know. He's level 17, I think. I'll record you as well. We got Exodus coming in here, and he just got rooted and smashed. He is low level. I don't know how well he's going to do here, but he's going after it. Skeletons are coming out, and he might be hightailing it out of here. I don't know. He's running. He's running. He is kiting, and he got rooted and died. Dun dun dun. Oh yeah, you do respawn, I think, right there, don't you? I don't remember. Maybe you teleported out already. But yeah, uh, it's very hard to get testers when you're starting out. Obviously, we don't have the biggest like social media presence or Twitch presence, whatever. Um, all those different things. So again, a lot of it's luck. A lot of it's like if you post on Twitter, TikTok, Twitter, and someone randomly sees it, it's different. There's some potential of like maybe we're doing it wrong, just having public playtests. Maybe the so-called almost FOMO and signing up for closed beta stuff is a better way of doing it than us. And that gives people that feeling of I'm testing something no one else is. Uh, I barely get to a point where I'll need testers. It's not a problem for me yet. Yeah. Um, there's different ways of doing it. It's like doing it like us and just being very public, and then trying to just get people to log into your game. There's the Monsters and Memories method. They're public as well, but they're like, hey, we're gonna have closed testing. You have to sign up for it, and maybe you'll get selected to play. And that could be a route as well. And maybe that's the better route because it's like if everyone can play it, then it's like whatever. If no one can play it, well, ooh, I feel special that I'm the only one testing this. It could be a better marketing route, but because we're kind of like, yeah, just being public is good enough. It's just you do have a bunch of ways to go about that. Yeah. Our big thing is, I'm a little bit hard on ourselves too, but the true fact is this project has only been around for a year. We have not even spent part-time hours on this project. So I'm a little bit hard on myself, but the project is still very new, especially being an MMO. And if you compared us to every other MMO in development, did they ever have something playable in a year? Not really. So it's you constantly kind of feel like shit as an indie dev because especially in the MMO space, because you're trying to do things and get progress, but it's slow. And the industry kind of ambiance kind of makes it feel any worse. Lack of funding. A third of the industry, apparently, there's a new report, like a third of the industry got laid off the last couple years. So that sucks. Um, you know, life. But I know we'll be in a really good spot over time. I know the second we get, like, I honestly, like, if I can prove to Epic that we can get, a couple hundred people in this, um, in a single zone, like, I can turn some heads, I can raise some eyebrows, because they do have a publishing arm. Yeah, it is slow, and gaming industry getting laid off. I mean, I don't know. Man, I think part of the gaming industry was overhired due to COVID, but I don't know how true that it is. There was a massive boat boom from COVID. Tons of investor money came in from venture capital, all these different things. They made huge bets on lots of AAA teams that were breaking off, doing their own thing. A lot of those didn't pan out, and they're either pivoting game or closing. And so, yes, there was a massive influx of money, massive influx of new projects. A lot of those didn't work out because, games industry is very competitive. And typically, we've seen in the last, I would say, decade, AAA doesn't have the best success rate breaking out and going off on their own. Like there was a big video, I think. God, who did that? I think it was the Diablo creator. that did a whole like hour-long video or something on all the devs that broke away from Blizzard and made games, and then like most of them failed. Um, it was like Rarick. What is his name? Uh, uh, Riker, Riker, Blizzard teams, and this was like a while ago. Why can't I remember his name? Riker. I think it was Riker. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Sorry, my brain has to find this out. I can't find it. But anyways, um, okay. So yeah, but yeah, also that the companies with big promises on ROI failed is, but yeah, it is. Didn't help with big games with so much money put into them, they didn't make what they expected. I guess it's clearly a bunch of stuff not over because of just not over hiring COVID. But yeah, so like here's the truth, right? And when it comes to especially venture capital investors, it's like this is a huge thing for them. We went through insane amounts of failed technology phases. NFTs failed. In some aspects, virtual reality failed. Um, AR, XR to some degree failed. And when I say failed, I'm in context of a very, very successful game that is proving you can make a market for that, right? That probably had lots of returns and stuff. There were some winners, obviously, right? But you have crypto games failed. You had, um, you know, blockchain games failed. All of these things are, you know, really dumb venture capital investors coming in, betting on these things that clearly have no actual consumer value, and especially in the gaming industry. Then you have this kind of recent trend of MMOs, or like in the again what we're talking about like the 2021 boom of our industry grew like crazy, lots of money came in, and tons of AAA, AA game companies were formed. Think of like companies like Supervibe that had talented team from a AAA company. They probably got anywhere between 20 and $50 million, and we're at that like realization phase of okay, that didn't work out. Their big bet they made did not work out, and Supervive is just one example. There's probably dozens of them like that. Um, it's the same thing with Concord. We're also realizing all the MMOs that might have started around 2020 are getting canceled. Um, New World's getting canceled. So like any type of MMO investment is getting burned really bad. Um, I've had to make some changes for my game just to appeal for a more general audience, sadly. But luckily, I'm sorry, I'm like half burping here. But luckily, it doesn't take away from what I want that much. How much that are you doing for your game? So we're really not sacrificing much right now. We're really trying to build our vision for this project, because we're going to stay a very small company, we're going to stay a very small team. We're going to build a niche target game for a niche set of players. And it's, to me, like in our pitch decks, we show that, Project Gorgon and Pantheon and Monsters and Memories, there is a desire for a slow-paced game with a core audience, right? And we're trying to, now they're like on the scale of, you on one end to the left you have EverQuest, and on the one end to your right you have World of Warcraft. All of these kind of weird MMOs like Pantheon and Monsters and Memories, and I think it's Aldruin, which is Evercraft. They all like fit somewhere on that scale, um, and we're trying to be like in the middle, maybe a slight edge towards more WoW, and so there's appeal there for a lot of different types of players, and so we haven't had to give up anything just yet with our vision. But instead of just hundreds of players, I could get thousands or tens with. Oh, excuse me. But instead of just hundreds of players, I could get thousands or tens with how much appealing to general audience can do for their game. Active players investing in MMOs is not a smart idea. Yeah, I know. To me, it's like if you build the right team with the proper sized team, and you were an investor, like the whole problem here is most investors don't understand their space they're investing in, right? Venture capitals do not understand what gamers want. They don't understand how game developers need to build their game. And I do think that there's a little bit of like, in today's day, getting a bunch of money to have a 20 to 30 person team is very dangerous. If you don't know what you're doing, if you don't have your vertical slice ready, if you don't have your design figured out, your burn rate is just so big at 20 to 30 people. You really should be starting with a budget that's around 5 to 10 people. Figure out what you're building if you don't already know. Build it for a while at that team size. Get it really far along. This is essentially what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to have that that several hour experience, right? Within I've had people come in here and play for hours, right? Like, you've experienced that. And for that to happen in an MMO a year out after release, it's pretty friggin' good, you know? Like, you compare that to a lot of other indie games, right? Like, I'm already giving people a few hours of experience because it's the genre I'm in. And it's about, leveling over time. And people have leveled, that would only be extended even more once I get, a consistent 100 people in this game, and there's that social aspect of it, that people actually want to have like a stronger motivation to play longer. You could probably get 10 to 20 hours of gameplay just in what I have right now. Let alone if people actually if a group of people of 20 people got in this game, played the game, got all the loot, got their buffs and stuff, and then went to go kill the raid boss, there's probably 10 to 20 hours of gameplay there. Maybe 20 hours, maybe too much, but probably around 10 hours. If people are goofing off, chatting and stuff, it would extend it a lot, obviously. But the problem is just like, again, we want a publisher. That's the bottom line. We want a publisher. We'd most prefer a publisher that is just like a silent partner. And we just keep doing our streams and playtests. That's why like Outer Sloth is like a perfect match for us. I don't know if they'd ever fund it. We've applied in the past. It's been no, but so we're trying to um, go the next step, and that's like get a couple hundred people in here. And if we were able to do that, I think we can make a difference and make a bigger claim. Because they not only want to see like that you have a clear vision for your game, that you can build your game, but then you can market, because they're not really a marketing-based publisher. Um, and so if we're able to prove that last aspect of, um, hey, we're got on the agenda of some of these top content creators and stuff, um, you know, that would be huge. Um, but yeah, just random stuff like that. It's always the push and pull of game development. It's like build a little, update your pitch decks, see what you can get out there. Um, are you still under the map? You should have been. Hopefully, I'm not screwing you over. Boop. Sorry. How long do you think about your game will last in terms of players playing before they give up? Say 40% as far as the first zone, levels 1 to 10. Then you have 10. Then you have levels 10 to 20, or 24% to the finish. That's like I have no idea. Like I feel like those numbers might be like I have no idea. Like that's just stuff that's not predictable. Um, the big thing is like, can we convert WoW players to like a slower paced game? Can we take? Is our game good enough to take a BTL player and have them have fun in here because it's slow paced, right? This is the case for me, and I think it's roughly how most MMOs are like. Yeah, there is some historical evidence on that, and so it's like there's no way to know, right? I will say that your first hour or two, just like a lot of content creators say, is the most important. And that's why we're not really rushing out to create more levels. We need to make sure that this starting area and the other zone, the other dungeon experience, really captures people. That's the important part. It's not about content, like massive worlds and stuff. It's if people actually log into this part, are they having fun? Do we capture them at this part? Because if we capture people at this part, then we can work on the next part and make the next part fun. Then you can get a couple hundred concurrent players easily. It's just for how long. Yeah, and yeah, nothing you say you can't get thousands. Yeah, exactly. And so that's how like a lot of games are, especially MMOs. Like I have a video planned. I might do some video content creation next week. I have a video planned on how MMOs fail, like top reasons why MMOs fail. And I'm just like blocking it out right now. But it's like obviously funding, too focused on art. Like example here is what Legacy. What is it? Sword and Legacy. What is it called? I can't remember the name. The Asian MMOs. Like this is like a massive Asian MMOs, right? All Asian MMOs, like they're gorgeous, but they're too focused on art. Graphics can be too unique sometimes. Obviously, like Pantheon and Monsters of Memories puts off a lot of people, um, but that's like subjective. A lot of people don't. A lot of MMO players today don't care about graphics. Not enough polish. Game direction. You're too wide and spread on trying to like appeal. Maybe you're trying to make a PvP and PvE game, aka New World, and you focus too much on the broad and not focused. Your tech is a huge one. Overscoping is a huge one. It's proven in the past if you're just PvP focused, you will die or you will have a very hard time keeping people. The game engine choice, New World, can dramatically affect your team. Your team's too big, again, New World. among other things. Almost probably every Amazon MMO was probably too big. Um, Incompatible teams, like people don't realize how much um, the social aspect in your team. People can have really, if you don't set out and really set a direction, if leadership doesn't set a really good direction on game design and philosophy, you can have your team really have start making fights internally over design direction decisions. Um, and so if you have an executive team that is completely disagreeing on the direction of the game, it can really hurt your team. Executives are executives; they always make bad decisions for a large part of it. Bad marketing. This was a the bad marketing can come in different ways. It can be high guard situations. It can be crowfall situations where they just ran out of money and they didn't have any money for marketing. Um, and then it can just be, you know, just random stuff, just bad representation, badly presented. Um, Lots of lists there. Taking too long. The longer your game is in development for, the harder it is to potentially make money back, right? And so any game that you see this with AAA. Once AAA has a 200-person team for like 5 years, it's almost like they will not make a return on it, so they just get canceled, right? Brighter Shores, yeah. Let me backtrack your comments. Very basically true. Yeah, true. Focus on art is a big one. Replayability. You want to keep someone hooked for as long as possible. Yeah, you're targeting a niche audience. MMO hardcore gamers. EverQuest like game loop. New Amazon MMO. Lol. The old art. LOTR. MMO is underrated. I've seen people say that. It's had such a good core audience. Brighter Shores. Yeah. Uh, and again, so Throne and Liberty this was one of the ones I was talking about the two folks in art. Uh, but yeah, like taking too long. Like this is AAA. AAA is all about this. Um, they have a 100+ person team, and they take 5 years to build it, and then someone at the top and counting says, no matter how good this game sells, we will lose money. They get canceled, right? Like their game dies, right? And so that's the problem. And that's like the type of thing with I think what was it before Overwatch, right? Overwatch was working on an MMO. It originally was an MMO or something, and they're like, hey, if this thing does even moderately well, we're gonna lose money on it, so let's make Overwatch. Um, Whoops, the fuck that's doing there. I watched a review on that game. I was appalled with how it was designed. It's pretty unique and cool, but they're like, so yeah, ice mechanics. Yeah, Fire Shores. Now, props to the guy for making Ultima, not Ultima, RuneScape, right? Um, yeah, Brighter Shores. Again, game engine, technology. Focusing on tech too much, taking too long. Um, these are remember the name of the vial. Remember what the video is about. Okay. This is the theme of the video. Um, not inspiration, right? These are what went wrong. Um, Warhammer Online, too focused on PvP. Um, you know, now you get it, right? That's the video. Like I'm not naming these in the video, okay? I'm not pointing people out. I had fun with Rift. I didn't get to like max level and stuff, but I actually did enjoy Rift. There was Age of Conan I enjoyed as well. I got to max level and did the first few raids that were so janky on Age of Conan. Um, Brighter Shores, yeah, um, yeah. Monetization, yeah, that's a big one. Um, Monetization, pay to win, pay to convenience, overly cosmetic. Only cosmetics are good looking. Yeah, Black Desert. Again, I'm not naming these in the video. I don't like to poke like specifics out to some of these games specifically. Uh, I've not really enjoyed an Asian MMO in some time. I'm trying to think. Like we had fun on Aeon for a little bit there. Ion. What was the other one that was kind of like Ion? I can't remember. Um, I'm just like this is just my list of MMOs. Ion. What was the other Ion like game? Terra. We had some fun on those. We didn't keep us for a long time. That's partly because of life, though. Um, Life got in the way of a lot of us sticking around some of these MMOs. Um, yeah, this is just like a reference of different MMOs I'm like thinking about. The prob the why like it's really important because I just feel like whenever a new MMO is development, the same mistakes keep happening. All of these mistakes keep happening over and over and over. So like I want to just have this video of not only showing I'm doing my own research and reminding my own self of all the reasons why things fail, but pointing it out to other people like stop repeating history. Learn, you know, Anarchy Online, yeah. I actually prototyped some features uh, for someone that um, had some inspiration from Anarchy Online. Um, yeah, I'm trying to get this video out probably next week or sometime in March. Uh, so I have this feature to do. Um, I have another RRT video, um, new systems, um, map plus registry, chronicles plus fabled expeditions. I got some content to do next month. Um, yeah, I have a couple on my Ruins of Tearyn channel. I don't know if you ever checked that out a little bit. I know you're building an MMO as well. Um, but I talk about why we're on the Epic Games Store. Talk about our direction of combat, which you may have heard me talk about already. Our tech stack, if you're interested in that. This is like the whole tech stack I'm doing with PlayFab. Um, there's that. Um, our direction and why this is kind of like why we're focused on just gameplay over graphics and why we're using the marketplace and stuff. So just trying to keep up the grind of content. I've been lacking on this a lot. Um, I was really impressed by Elegon. Like he's pretty new in his journey on doing all this stuff. But he's got 2,000, almost 3,000 subs. He's growing at a really fast rate. Um, he's slamming it on his devlogs, and like I'm even thinking about doing his style devlogs, and it's literally just him walking around his world talking. Um, and so I'm trying to up my YouTube game. Honestly, my YouTube game sucks. Um, and then I've been really impressed by some of these. Like obviously Juniper Dev is slamming it. Like it's really hard for just a dev to get a lot of subs. Juniper's slamming it. Um, there's a few other devs and stuff that are doing well. Chris Wilson's obviously just kind of coming out. He's Chris Wilson, so of course he's getting a lot more people. Southern Emily is doing well, but it's a struggle to get subs doing anything game dev related. Yeah. This is, I don't know if you're aware, Armagon. He's the guy that's the lead on Scars of Honor, and so he's starting to do better. Um, so like you know, Timothy Kane obviously, he's been around for a while. Yep. What other ones? But yeah, it's just a pain, and that's the problem too, right? You're indie dev. You're supposed to build your game. You're supposed to create online presence. You're supposed to stream development. You're supposed to talk to people. You're supposed to manage a Discord server, like, and you're just like a team of two people, and you have very specific things. And then I also have obviously my vertical third channel. I'm streaming on 3 different places right now. I'm streaming on Twitch, on Ruins of Tearyn, and on vertical third right now. And so I do have a game architecture guide, which I may have mentioned to you already. You maybe see me mention. Yeah. See, for us, it's like the reason why we came out so early. Like we literally, um, we started our development in what like I need to get AFK for a second here. Okay, T, we'll be right there. We started development in like November, December-ish of 2024. We went on the live stream about it in March, I think. Like that's like 2 or 3 months or so after we started the project. And so we've just been very focused on a little bit of, because we have the dev skills, right? Like we've proven we have the dev skills. And so this route we wanted to focus on the marketing side. Um, yeah, it's been a year-ish. And so, um, and we're not even, like, we're not part-time on this. Like there was months we didn't do anything with Ruins of Tearyn. Um, because were focused on job stuff. We were focused on trying to get funding and pitch decks and other projects and all these things. And this time around, we said that okay, we have the dev part about this already. Let's try and focus on our marketing skills and stuff. And so we kind of did that with this, and that was our plan with a lot of playtesting throughout the year. And then we're still the number one thing we need to know from a perspective of the future and how we develop this game is our player limit per zone, because that is a core part of our execution and our strategic plan. And it's if we look at the zone, we have to understand how many. I'll be right back. I need to do one thing. Yeah, so focusing on the marketing part is kind of where we're at. And that whole thing of it's almost useless for us to continue the project unless we know what our map limitations are. That's one of our huge things is how many AI can we have on a single map and how many players can we have on a single map? Where's the breaking point? That is like one of our critical parts to our development. And you can't really simulate that, right? Simulation always goes bad. It never really works out if you just try and simulate it, like clients. And so this like as because we want to stay a blueprint game. We want to stay that as a restraint on what makes us think of how to do things simply and keep it stupid simple. And we want it for the sake of proving how good blueprints are and proving what they can do. In some sense, we want to prove it because we sell a blueprint-based game architecture product, and so by proving it can do a lot, we can potentially increase sales. There's always the potential Vertical Third could get acquired by a company, which would be massive. AKA Epic Games. But it's like come acquire Vertical Third, and that acquisition money can pay for our MMO. Boom. And that's the type of thing that we want. And we have to really understand, because that's the number one thing a lot of people see is like you have these massive worlds, but then when you go and try and populate those massive worlds, you realize you're capped on how many AI you can have in the game. If you want to have decent, AI, like that's another thing another big reason why Asian MMOs never kept me is because you just walk up to these the dumbest AI, a pack of 20 bandits that all they do is pace back and forth, and they have maybe one attack, right? And then you aggro all of them. They do 0 damage to you, and you wipe them out in 2 attacks. But Lost Ark was a big example. The dumbest AI, all the way through level 1 to 70 or whatever it is. I want a little I like WoW's progression. That okay, one monster, easy as can be. I can probably kill one monster 1v1, probably 3 times before I have to rest. If I get 2, I have to rest right after. I like that sense of threat and danger in the world, that you're not invulnerable. There's some skill involved of things, this aspect of stuff. And that's where we really want to, that's why we have a camp system. We want to introduce you, Tarzan actually did I love what they at least were attempting to do with the early game experience was all about learning how to raid and learning boss mechanics. I love that part about Tarzan. If there's anything to take away from Tarzan, it's their introduction to game mechanics and group boss mechanics was really, really good. And them trying to teach you soak mechanics and spread out mechanics and all those things, I felt was really, really well done. I felt like they commoditized raids too much, where they just didn't feel. You felt like you were doing too many raids, and then I think they're it's Tsar lands, Tar's lands. Um, it was like a WoW clone, Asian WoW clone that lasted a month or two, um, and then I think everyone kind of stopped playing. I heard from someone else that they had a tank issue and no one wanted to play tanks, so it would take after like the first 2 or 3 months, it would take hours to find a tank, which I think is a no, it's Tar's land. Um, yeah, Tar's land. This thing. Oh damn! It actually stopped the game. I didn't even realize it shut down already. Damn. Tarzland. Tarzland. I didn't realize it already shut down. Wow. Oh god. Oh lord. MMO community, man, they're ruthless. Oh my lord. The comments, God. Chucks. MMO community. Oh my god. Just like what? Um, the fact that it ended the end of service 5 months ago, and I feel like was I playing that game? I think I was only playing it at my last apartment, so it must have lasted less than 6 months. Launched in 2024, and it died. It died in um, what month did it launch in? Yeah, honestly, one of the things that I think that the gameplay was interesting, but it was a little bit. Number one, I might mention this in the video. Um, uh, I'll have a better way of explaining this. Commoditized raids too much. Um, too punishing in some ways. This is like this is my healer perspective because I was healer. Um, they had a no mana system, so all abilities were just cooldowns. And as a healer, if you messed up your rotation, maybe I would say 2 or 3 times, your team wiped in raids. Um, but I think the number one thing is they basically made raids kind of like first your leveling experience was very fast. Um, so it being very fast, you got to late game very early, and the instant thing you start doing is pugging raids constantly. And um, it just felt so commoditized that maybe it was just because I just kept pugging raids, the ability to pug raids. It just felt like I feel like raid progression just doesn't feel right as a pug. I don't know. It feels so bad as a pug, and um, I don't. It's hard to explain. Like, um, rating it. What do you mean by that? Rating is not. Yeah, rating. I mean, I feel like rating is an aspect of MMO, but it's certainly not the. They're supposed to be a. To me, they're defined as one of the reasons to group up with lots of people. And what is an MMO about? Doing things with lots of people, which is why we're not doing instance content, right? We want people to, and we're gonna try things with anti zerging in a respectable way. Like we're not gonna just instant wipe your everyone in the area if you show up. Like this is supposed to be a 6-man boss. If you show up with 15 people, maybe we double the health, maybe we give it an extra 2 abilities, those things to make it not like a instant kill. Um, but in EverQuest, you would have like everything's outdoor, right? You would have probably your own guild have at least 60 to 80 people show up to a raid, right? That felt like a very much an MMO. And for the record, like you were saying, I'd barely raided in EverQuest. I had a blast. I just leveled with alts. I loved getting power leveled. I loved twinking my characters. I know twinking is a different term in modern day, but getting my character tons of awesome loot and just rolling an alt, um, and being super powerful as a low level, um, and just enjoying that 1 to 60 journey, right? That was a lot of fun for me, and grouping in different areas and in fun spots to kill stuff, potentially getting loot, all that stuff. Um, Raiding was only one aspect of it later on, and I barely even did that. Um, Basically, as WoW was on the cusp of coming out, I was only just getting to Planes of Power as a shaman. I was a recruit in a raiding guild. I wasn't even getting loot. I was just getting flagged for Planes of Power. Loving from the start in the open world is the journey, not being an instance raid. The level 1 to 60 is where the game is at. Raid at the end is just the pinnacle of the end game and the game. The fact games make MMOs too focused on raids and dungeons. The main gameplay makes no sense other than to make repetitive, recyclable content. Totally agree. Yeah, there must be some predatory player repetition design choices for going raids as main content. Or dungeons, the same thing. Yeah, I didn't raid as much. Yeah. Even in WoW, so in Classic WoW, um, we got to around, I think, Blackwing Lair. I don't think we finished Blackwing Lair. And then life happened, right? And we couldn't really raid much after that. We came back, obviously, for Burning Crusade. We did a duo, super power rush to get to level 70. We got the first 70 Blood Elf on the server. And then, because my wife was she was the Blood Elf Paladin, immediately got accepted as the first level 70 to the top end guild. And so I was kind of on my hunter, raiding with some casual guilds, and doing outdoor content. And so I didn't do a lot of raiding in Burning Crusade and WoW and stuff. I was just doing a lot of random stuff. I really do enjoy heroic dungeons too. Doing dungeons and things. I would have raided if I had the opportunity in Classic WoW. Yeah. And then after a bunch of time doing stuff here and there at WoW, we had our PvP kind of, offspring at times, where we mostly focused on PvP. Just very spotty kind of gameplay of stuff in WoW. It'd be fun to chill with a semi-chill serious guild doing raid. Yeah. And so that's why we're trying to do we have our group bosses, we have the sort of outdoor bosses that can just spawn, and this is just we want you to kind of be on your toes as a team, and things to disrupt the so-called boring, what most people or some players will say, this is boring. I'm sitting around at one camp killing stuff, right?
And that's how we're trying to modernize the EverQuest experience. Is yes, we understand that that might be a part of EverQuest that people might not like, but hopefully um, that gets kind of interrupted by one, you're able to talk to people and have like I love that like one of the things that the Monster Memory guys made a comment of is like EverQuest was chat rooms and dragons, and I love that kind of phrase so much because that's almost sums up what we're trying to be a chat room with PVE. I would have, yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair. I probably wouldn't have been fun raiding. People take it too seriously depending on the guild. It would have been fun to chill with the yeah, doing raids. Well, that's what Vanilla WoW did. They modernized the EverQuest experience, so you can slowly pick off what qualities classic WoW has done and fit your game. Yep, like a chat room PVE, yeah. And so, um, in classic WoW, like in hardcore classic WoW, especially, proves just how important that 1 to 60 experience is. If you have that solid 1 to 60 experience and your PvE is so good that people just start to just do random challenges through it, that's when you know you have a great game. And that I think is the goal, right? It would be nice. I mean, there are server in WoW that are RP to have more fun, more of that stuff going. But to be nice to have our peers in the main server with others. Yeah, I mean our peers are part of the MMO community. Like I make that joke in my announcement video, like RP Tavern, um, wink wink. And so you kind of have to have that there. Um, in Project Gorgon, and like apparently this was the thing in Star Wars Galaxies. I never played Star Wars Galaxies, but um, the whole thing of like poetry and poetry reading apparently like performances, music things. Um, yeah, exactly. Um, all those aspects of things is like Project Gorgon's doing a lot of those like social aspects of things that are really interesting. I know I want to involve some sort of like we will absolutely be a very like vertical progression game where and that's why my loot's labeled like T1, T0, T2, all those aspects. Um, all that stuff there. We want you. It doesn't matter if we have a new content patch or a expansion coming out. New character still has to go through that whole experience. And if you're looking for catch-up mechanics, that's going to be buying cheap gear. It's going to be getting help from other players, power leveling. That's how you catch up. Because guess what? That's social. That's actually part of the experience, right? And join a guild, ask for friends. There's going to be like family guilds that love new players and can help them out. Play the game how you want to play it, but like if you want to have the quick version and get to the late game for whatever reason, there's probably going to be people power leveling, and you can join them. There's probably going to be people giving out free loot to help you along your way. Um, we're going to have a lot of systems to involve like the whole like the thing I talked about before about the fabled expedition system and how a high level can come in and just take that so-called fire elemental area, upgrade it to maybe a level 40 area, and now you have level 40s fighting in a lobby zone, and they can like pass buffs to them if they walk by. All these kind of random interactions that could happen. We want foot traffic between low level and high level players, and so that's what we're trying to really instill. I need to make a note about this. Where did I put that stuff? I gotta go through all my notes. Okay. Um, make a spawn master for all spawners that changes how they spawn. Enabled expedition system. Yeah, I would love to do like Bard's always a really fun class to do and think about. Um, it's really interesting what Dark and Darker did with Bards. Um, it was very, very active and fast paced in a very slow paced game. So I like that. The more I make an MMO, the more I realized how much I'm going to have to be reliant of data from players playing the game, and that's just fucked. Yeah. Oh yeah, such is the life of multiplayer, dude. Oh my god. And that goes back to just the. I mean, on that note right there, this is not really like MMO failures thing, but I'll add it. I don't know if I'll make a point on this or not, but um, only launching a multiplayer experience. You need solo experiences available. Now, this comment here, this goes to the Concords, the Overwatches, the High Guards. If all of those games had a story campaign with it, talk about holy crap, how much better they would have done, right? Um, you might be able to find an actual audience of like, oh, the multiplayer shit, but guess what? The campaign actually really good. I really enjoy this, and then the people that actually enjoy that single player campaign might actually stick around for multiplayer experiences. And I think if you're building this again, we're talking about MMOs, of course, we're building multiplayer, but the caveat here is if you focus only on Genshin Impact, uh, that's hilarious. I don't know if you intended to emphasize that I am, but that's kind of a hilarious emphasis. Um, not only because my son plays Genshin Impact, and then I say I laugh because it's like it's supposed to be like it's the perfect game to be multiplayer, but it's not, right? If Genshin Impact had done a subscription based model, no gotcha systems, you have to farm everything. Dear God, I think that would have been a WoW killer. I honestly think that could have killed WoW. Like to these so-called extremes of what WoW killing is meant to be. Um, if you could log into the game into one world with they could have done a subscription, right? Do the WoW subscription. If they had done that, and then everything in the game is farmable, all your Celestials, all your different champions, maybe every champion you have to do a super long epic quest for to get them, or campaign quest to get them. All your Celestials, you had to do X, Y, Z. Maybe you had to, maybe every Celestial was, Celestial or like duplicate character was a chance for a drop off a monster, but you had to use that character in order to get it. If they had done that, they probably could have been a WoW killing contender and made just as much crazy money as WoW. And even though Genshin made tons of money, it's a drop in the bucket to how much WoW made in its heyday, right? WoW was pulling in like billions a year, and they've just after like 5 to 6 years or something made 2 billion or 3 billion, right? And so like you take WoW's so-called like even like look at even 5 million people at like $10 a month, right? $50 million for 5 million people, but that's without the box price too. Like it's crazy how much WoW was making from subscriptions, and then you can layer in skins and like all those other things that you could have done. Um, but I honestly think Genshin could have been so much bigger if they went with the traditional MMO model. Um, just my opinion. I think they would have done so much better. And like the fact that you had to get to like level 14 to party with someone for co-op, then it's like okay, that's fine. We'll get everyone to level 4. I literally did this for my kids. I literally got everyone an account, got everyone on my own, basically level 14, and then realized when we group up together, we cannot quest together. We cannot do like resource gathering together or whatever the HP stuff gathering together. We can't get waypoints together. We can't do anything together but kill a few monsters to help the person's primary server. Like, what the hell? Like, it's crazy how limited a game like that is in like 2019 or whatever it launched in. Um, oh yeah, that's the thing I'm forgetting about. Like, I'm doing concurrent on the whole concurrent thing or whatever. But like, oop, why did I don't know why I pinned that. Um, I must have been randomly clicking stuff. Um, yeah, it's just like it's crazy the missed opportunity that Genshin has had with just letting people co-op together. It's crazy. Like, oh, you can, and then when you do group up with people, your build's completely fucked. Like the fact that you're not just your own entity in a game with your own set of characters, that now you're one of four people in the game, and it's like, oh, my build needs these characters for these bonuses and to apply these different things, and then you just get completely fucked. It's like you're nerfing. Not only do you nerf the capabilities of doing co-op together, but then you nerf your own build potential to go in games together. It's just wild. The thing, and again, I really enjoy Genshin. I do actually really enjoy it. I just can't stand the monetization and the lack of co-op. The game is not respecting the player in some areas. At this point, the company is so rich they really have good stories and gameplay. Yeah, again, I have my son plays it out of the wazoo. So Genshin, if you want more moral, yeah. There's so many games, so many of these Asian gacha games. I think I swear, if like that's what the crazy thing was with Blue Protocol. Like you're going Blue Protocol, you're going that graphic style. Just freaking copy Genshin. I swear to God, if you want a copy pasta MMO to make, copy pasta Genshin, make it really good multiplayer and a subscription cost. I swear to God that'll do well. I swear. I swear that's a recipe for success for someone to go do. I'm not the person for it, but I swear to God that would just do really well. Like you can have the whole gotcha system, but just make everything farm. Like you have to farm it all. Yeah, I honestly, I mean, I think that whole community, when someone makes a gotcha game that's farm based and not paid based, I think that's going to actually turn a lot of heads. Could be wrong, but that's my opinion. So I disagree with free to play in the MMO kind of setting for two reasons. Number one, um, the first issue is your community is so important these days. When you have free to play, there's a huge lack of care for your account and it getting banned and stuff. So you lose a lot of control as a developer um, to ban people and have a threat of your account being removed for doing bad things. That's one. Number two, Bots are getting so wild these days. If you're free to play, you're giving away a ton of resources to having to fight bots. You're giving them a huge advantage um, to bots, ruining your game. And we've seen that with Ashes of Creation, Lost Ark. All those things are getting destroyed by bots. Um, Number three, what do bots do? Gold farming, ruin your economy, all those things. Um, Number four, um, like if the bots come in your game and you have a flat fee to come into your game, like there's some cost offsetting to fight those. So you ban the bot, and obviously you have, you know, vendors and stuff to hopefully protect you from chargebacks and things. Um, and so there's a whole like that whole system of botting and gold farming. They have like all these scams for chargebacks and illegal credit cards and all that stuff. Um, so you want to have a way to like basically have them pay for your work to fight against them. For me, I have my reasons to have free to play. Also, speaking of bots, I'm thinking of implementing a system that fights bots in games dramatically help with that. Corsovanos, if you listened to its crafting system, has come up with the idea to combat bots. Wouldn't hurt to try, but have concerns bots will find a way to get through it. Making mini games only humans can really do for resource collecting, crafting. Potentially, yeah. Um, but yeah, that's why I'm against free to play. Um, I feel like having a really like this. It's the same thing with like if you try and go and start making a MOBA in today's day. You could build almost the same game and win through a better community. How do you win through a better community? Um, Not having a lot less like toxic players, a lot less bots, um, a lot of those things. And like if League of Legends had a really fun community that was like full of guilds and people helping each other and talking to each other, teaching each other, like crazy, right? It would be a contender, a third contender as a MOBA. Free to play has a lot of Kavitsa get to discover. I have a decent idea on it. Yeah. And I also just I don't like I am so careful about burn rate and monetization. I don't want to have to pay for tons like server resources for a ton of free people coming into the game, right? Because I'm very focused on creating a sustainable business with a small team. Once I have that, and I can understand the potential opening of cost, like I'm also like I'm very for having a demo, some sort of like offline demo you can play that might be completely separate um, from Ruins of Tearyn. That maybe you can try out different classes and feel the experience as solo. I could even make it peer to peer, and so you could try it with a friend, free to play as a demo, off the cost of myself. Like this whole zone could be playable offline, and you could do peer to peer connections. Um, I'm open to that, and with vertical third, I make that very easy. Like I actually have a whole all of vertical thirds basically built to flex from um, dedicated server environments to single player environments. There's probably I've done a lot of custom work with Ruins of Terra now, so there's probably some level of um, performance and stuff I'd have to fix, but um, enough to feel alright. I know hacking is gonna suck. Yeah. Um, that's one aspect I'm very interested in understanding too is um, seeing how my code also stands up to hackers and bots. I'm very interested into that. Um, I saw was it Nice Gaming did a video on some of the hacking that was happening in Ashes of the Creation, and there was a level 1 character, like an archer, sitting there shooting and shooting monsters that would spawn, right? And he was casting spells that he didn't even have as a class, and that's like a game architectural flaw. Like when you load into the game as a character, you only have your class abilities. You do not have any other class abilities. You have no way of casting other class abilities. There's no way for the server to even cast those for you. And so it's very strange. Like they definitely had some architectural flaws, how they built their game for that to even be capable of. And so I feel like there's some weird things that go on. Again, I haven't worked for a AAA and on the engineering side of things or anything like that, but I feel like, again, if you keep it stupid simple as a client, server authoritative, framework, there's a lot of things the client can't do that they're getting away with in some of these AAA games. Yeah, well, I'm down to help with marketing the game out for more active players. For playtesting, I know you said you're taking some time off playtesting, but in the meantime, you can be building up the event. When the time comes, you still have stuff you're trying to make before trying to test a bigger number of players. Yep. So I'll probably take at least a 2-week break. I will still be streaming development, talking about things, and showing progress. I'll be making some videos, as I mentioned. Always really appreciate playtesters. Like I really want to understand how many people I can fit into the world. Like, can I have an extra 100 AI in this world? Can I make it twice as big? Like, I don't know, right? I need to have a staple template for how big a world is and understand when I need to cut off that size, world size. It'd probably be smart to think about some metric systems, aka leaderboards for tracking vital information during these events. The most player data you can. That's the thing I'd be thinking of, in my opinion. Yeah. Even though I can't just program that, I would be looking for an existing system as for maybe you can program it. There's all data collection stuff. I'm not too focused on like leaderboard type of things, but I will be implementing so in Unreal Engine, you can basically turn on network replication tracking, and you kind of do those in very short bursts to identify what is taking up the most replication resources on the server. And I can't remember what it is, but you basically turn on a whole, you literally only turn on for like 5 seconds at a time. And it has this massive data dump that can add up very, very, very quickly. And so that's why you only turn on for like 5 seconds. And it's like, oh, this one thing at the very top is taking up most of our server's resources. We're going to, improve that. And then we'll improve like the next maybe 3 or 4 things on the list. And then we'll try again. We'll profile again. Network profiling. That's what it is in Unreal. They have a whole system for that. And I actually did some very vigorous testing on, this goes back a while ago. Let me see if I can find my post, network profile, Unreal Engine, forms. So I was testing, this goes back to when I was building Vertical Third, like through RPCs, through replicated variables, like which ones take up the most resources and bandwidth. I had a whole system I would do for RPCs. I think it was like this right here, or that's a replicated variable this time. It's like monitoring the bytes and how many bytes this is the network profiler, and understanding how the different ones work. And a lot of this came down to there's a lot of overhead in the engine. I think this is I answered my own question. So like, as always, when you're working in an engine, there's always tons of editor overhead. But basically, I was testing like individual variable types and how much bandwidth they would have. and how much bandwidth they would use and the difference between them. And so it would change the variable 3 times before stopping the test. And so it was monitoring uh, every time it did that and like what the difference was. And so um, there's a lot of these type of things that I was testing. Um, and so this is the same type of thing. Again, this was like a 3 second test or something, 5 second test, um, 2 second test, maybe. Um, just testing the different details. So again, this was, I don't know how long, 2021 I was testing this, and we launched Vertical Third in 2022. Um, so just trying to understand performance optimization and bandwidth. Um, oh, these are replicated variables. I thought I did this for. Uh, I started with a RPC event, and then I changed the variables and replicate the variables. I think. Oh no, this was an RPC test. I was testing the RPCs directly, and so I'd have a RPC event to the client on a data table because like we're such vertical third is a massively heavy data table system, and which is just Unreal's file type for like spreadsheet basically. And I'll just pull that up. Like why not? And I was curious like how much, because my data tables got really big, how much data is being sent down because of that, right? Am I sending the whole data table replicated down, or something else happening on the hood? And what I found out was it's basically there's like a, I can't remember, like a namespace thing. What is the post that I finally figured out? Um, one of these people commented on there's a word for it, a stably named reference. So instead of, because it's a data table that can't be changed after it's packaged, it doesn't uh, replicate um, anything in the data table. It just replicates the location of that data table to the client. And so it turned out that using data tables, a replicated data table, is very, very efficient to do um, from a optimization standpoint. And so like this is my database right here. If I pull up, let's just pull up just a random ability. Here's the volley, and like this is my vertical third action system, and so it has all the different data as you'd expect, and you can create full abilities just through this. Like creating all the bosses I did, I don't think I had to touch a line of code at all. So telegraphs, if it's channeled or not, cooldowns, global cooldown, if it changes your move speed, if it cancels during, and just as a reference, both AI and player abilities are the same system. They function differently in the code, but they use the same data table. Um, and the input, if it requires your mouse down, if it gives you input lock, which is like animation locking, different targeting options, the position requirements, if it requires facing target, line of sight, if it's a backstab, if it requires a certain position against the target, any type of custom code. This is my system for if you want to extend the vertical third system, you can at the start of a cast or the end of a cast. Or if you wanted to override, if you wanted to use basically this entire top half of vertical third, which is the animation system, the resource system, like all the positional requirement stuff, the cooldowns, you could utilize all of this at the very top, but then override the actual action that gets spawned. That you do that through the kind of override code. And I do that for the current sit system. And basically, I use the cooldown and stuff for sit, but then I just completely override what gets spawned. Nothing gets spawned. I just create some custom sit code. If it's passive, again, we have like tons of different passive features like dodge, parry, block, critical hit, hit enemy, resource triggers as well. That's like if your health drops below a certain amount, or if your target's health drops below a certain amount. Um, and so all of this stuff, I was very, very concerned of like, am I trying to push this down bandwidth, the whole bandwidth line when I try and replicate something? And it's like, no, it's just stably named, and it's just pointing to that. And that's purely because a data table cannot be changed once it's packaged. It is locked in. And that is something, again, goes back to game architectural like integrity stuff, and potentially, I'm assuming, is my opinion, it's going to help prevent um, hacking and cheating in the future because data can't be changed. It doesn't matter what the client tries to do, all this can't be changed. You can't change actions at all. And then in our code, you also want to, I haven't done it yet, but you want to also clamp any type of change you do to a character and stuff to, you know, um, design valued min and maxing and stuff. And so if you, it's like right now by default, you don't clamp stuff, so you can hit for like 1 million. But if you do the math and design of your game, and no one can ever hit, you know, for 500,000, clamp your health and damage numbers below a certain point, so no one can ever, you know, possibly hit for over a certain amount. And you can do that for every stat in the game. You can clamp. You can't ever have move speed over, you know, 5 times the original speed. A lot of things like that. But then it goes into, um, I have a whole, separate system for stat changes, and then your whole action system's down here as well. And so this is the archer boss's volley. And so he drops, 14 arrows from the sky. Each one of them is going to hit the ground and explode with an area effect ability. This is AoE, and these are all projectiles, with different locations kind of set to them, with different targeting options or whatever. And it's a huge system. Obviously, again, I spent 3 years building Vertical Third, and that's just one data table example. There's also different data tables for loot. Like if we pulled up a loot thing, this is just some T01 equipment trinket, and it has all its identifying loot if it can stack. Some basic setup for it, loot information, what it reads, and the UI tooltip. I have a system to flip-flop between 3D loot and 2D loot, so all the foliage you see in the world, all this foliage here, that's 3D loot. But it's the same data tables as the loot you pick up to the ground, which are items and equipment. It's just 2D loot. So, um, um, the whole point of Vertical Third was to realistically take a step back, look at everything that we do as game devs, and pick out systems that are like, oh, those are actually the same systems. Let's combine them together and have that system try and be as robust as possible. Another example of that, and this system could be improved a little bit, but the channeling, like a lot of things are channeled abilities, and I really want to have, I still want to improve it, but you can think of in a shooter space, if you take a machine gun and you hold that trigger down and you're firing, that's a channeled ability just as much as a mage pushes the button and they got a glowing beam from their hand for 5 seconds, right? It's the same idea. You're doing things, and if you let go of that button, it cancels what you're doing. Yeah, the same setup. It's data tables. My MMO framework has custom front end that connects to the database server, and you can do all this stuff like modifying things like how your data tables look, like with custom slots for adding shit. Yep. And so now I have what I would say is like an embedded data table system, or not data table, database, right? And I don't know if it's going to be like this forever. I'm still answering those questions as well. But right now, my database for PlayFab, all it does for inventory is point to a data table in the engine. And so I can show this. Let me log into PlayFab here. And again, this goes back to I am trying to be stupid simple with how I achieve all this. I didn't even know if this was going to fully play out and work. Right now it is. But I started with it because I wanted to get into persistent saving, and I didn't know exactly how to like fully get a official database connected to PlayFab. So I just started using their title data, internal data, and so this is what someone's inventory looks like. And its loot 47 is this data table in the loot array, and it's has one stack, and that's all it is. Again, it's stupid simple. And then if we go down further, we'll eventually find C18. Crafting slot 18 is using this item, which has 5 stacks. And this is just an array. And I'll break down that array into different item categories in the future for scalability. But then as we get down more and more, we'll see like resources. I haven't fully implemented this, but it's saving your resources. So when you log in and log out, you'll know it'll save your resources and update them. Playtime. If you do /played, it's updating that. I think if I do that right, I don't know if it's I'm spectating, so it might not do it, but 27 minutes. What else? This is the expiration value. I set up names. It's just saving it to the cloud. And I technically could have the entire inventory in one key value pair, because you get like 1,000 kilobytes, I think, per key value pair. But it's a more of a prevention of, yeah, cool, no problem. It's really nice and keeps things simple, but it's not simple to use. It's a whole trip, man. Thankfully I dabbled just enough to get into people's data in my game if I really want to see. Oh, that's cool. This is nice. Okay. But yeah, so it's such a brain dead simple way of doing things. But it's working right now. I started out as like maybe I use this in the future. I don't know if it will do this. I don't know if this is supposed to function this way. And so far it's working. And until I find it break, the only main question I have next would be disaster recovery and preparing for rollbacks is a bit of a question I have right now. How do I do rollbacks timely and efficiently? I'm also going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
All right, I'm here. I'm probably gonna wrap up the stream at this point. I think I just need to go eat and chill for a bit. Um, I really appreciate some of the people that came in today. I hope that I posted that one in there, right? Yeah. Okay. Got some nice screenshots. There's Exodus. Look at these. Look at these champions. You know, good stuff. I really can't wait to have a lot of people in here. It's gonna be really cool. I can't wait to be just recording content the entire time on a playtest. Overall, I'm pretty happy with how everything's going, and I've got some. I think I'm going to do a really solid month of both content creation for videos, and then a bunch of work on level flow, polish up these systems I have, add more content to these systems. Like on gathering, I just don't want one gathering track. I want a tree chopping track, a gathering track, or a you know twig track. Maybe the twigs improve your campfire um, progression. Uh, and it lets you build better fires that have better regen over time. Um, I could do a sucrose track that improves the sucrose over time. Um, oh, there's so many things. I might even introduce the gathering system, the ninja gathering system. To one little last pass through for named enemies. Which ones are up? Not that they'll stay up once I leave, but got no Quartzel. I'm surprised boredom didn't spawn today. We've got a few. Oh yeah, I forgot Melinda could have been there. Linda's not there. Definitely need a few more named bosses and loot. Gotta think about that. Eventually, every camp in the zone will probably have like 5 bosses you can kill, and um, we might do some sort of boss tier system where only X amount of bosses, or like there's a 10% chance for um, tier 1 bosses to spawn. There's a 5% chance for tier 2 monsters to spawn, or bosses to spawn, and then a 1% chance for tier 3 boss to spawn. Something like that. It's like even at 10%, sometimes you get. It can be rare to find a boss. Sometimes I've spent hours killing spiders, and didn't get a boss to spawn through that once. Whereas this time the server popped up, and a 10% chance triggered on 2 camps. I'm pretty sure that's not a bug, right? If I go to the level, I think I can just open up. Let me see if I can actually figure out where everything is. If I go to enemy spawns, enemies, can I figure this out? Alright, this is pretty easy then. So this is the test area. It's funny how they're glowing. Yeah, 10% spawn there. Same thing, 10% spawn there. These are the spawners, so I don't even have to open the main level to like make small adjustments to the spawners. So it's pretty obvious that this is the like the skeleton area, and then this is like the main identifier. This is the test area that you're not supposed to see. All that stuff. I'm back, but it's funny you brought up marketing, as I've gotten a recent reevaluation on how I should be thinking about doing it for my game. It does change my focus into making small scale playable demo, just like you have. Just one zone and done with all the bells and whistles you be expecting from later parts of the game. This is valuable for marketing because my focus was so hard on the game to make it all of it at once isn't practical for one person to then again gain much momentum less later. Yeah, you have to. It doesn't matter. This is my opinion, right? You have to have a 1 hour experience that is fun to play. Start there. Don't go crazy big. No matter what you're making, and there's startups I've worked for in the past that didn't do this. They wanted like one system that's fully developed, right? And no one's gonna, one, enjoy just playing that, and two, no one's gonna fund that. No one's gonna fund this one thing that is just like has this one system fully complete. Um, you need to have a 1 hour experience that is interesting enough to play. And so in our, and just for a record, like Unreal, you basically they have a really cool system where you can take levels and put them into levels. And so the main level of this server is level 001, but then I separate and segment everything out into its own levels, um, and it makes it a much better workflow. And so I don't even need to go into the main level to. I honestly rarely go into the main level now. And these goes back to some of the things we're figuring out with our, not only the gameplay aspect of this zone and the technical aspect of this zone, but our workflow for each zone going forward. We're figuring that out now, and that's really key, right? Like, what technology do we want to implement to make this better? Um, to make this a better, development environment. And so, like, this is the world now, right? And you can see none of the trees have loaded because they're all spawned through the actual uh, uh,
loot spawners that I've created, and I have a system to like load the preview of them all here. There we go. So all of these are is they're all it's in the environment level. But the thing that we do here is not only is it a level, but we take that level and we lock the movement of that level, so you can't accidentally move anything in this level. And that happens a lot. You just accidentally move things, and like in a development environment, what that ends up doing is you might accidentally check something out that you don't want to check out. And then that can lock other people out of doing that thing. And so just like small things like that can actually help your development a lot. And so, and that's why, there you go. And so like you can come to this world and work on it, and then Unreal has this great system. Well, that's a level, edit level, right? And now I can't click anything else in this level at all. All I can click on are my enemy spawners. That's it. And so it segments out everything you want to work on. And that's kind of like some of the, I can't express how long I've been in the editor finding all these small things to make stuff easier. Absolutely. Like, game development, honestly, it's so funny to think of it as still a new industry. But because it's a industry that highly revolves around technology, and technology has been advancing at such a big pace that um, by the time someone is capable of finding out a good workflow or works, system, new technology comes out that disrupts it. And um, you know, like this is how the water's supposed to look, right? And it just broke for whatever reason. I think I have to stay in this level and while I package it for it to do it properly. I don't know why it broke, but um, and the same thing, like I have a section for this one's ore. So all of my ore spawners are in their own level. And so it's preparing in the future that if we did have a designer come in, right, that I wanted to just have a loot designer to go populate worlds, they could just come into these levels and do it. And then me as a coder doesn't get, interrupted by things. My wife as the and level designer doesn't get interrupted by it. Um, and so it is preparing the project to be built by multiple people. Um, and all that aspect of stuff. Um, and right here, these are the exploration zones that you get for walking into. And I thought, yeah, I clicked off. Yeah, so all the level exploration. So these are all the different zones that you get for exploring different areas, not the tiny red ones, just these big red ones. Um, and you get like you walk through a little zone, get the XP bonus, and it adds it to your registry achievement stuff. Um, so yeah, and you can just again open up any one of these. If I go to the environment level, like sometimes, like one thing I've done in the problem in the past with the main level, right, is I would constantly have to turn off the AI in the main level because when you're in editor trying to hit play um, with 200 AI running on your one system, and all the replication that happens in editor, your system runs like complete shit, right? And so I would constantly be in the main level turning AI off in order to just test in that main level. Um, and what would happen? I would go package my game, and I would forget to turn AI on. And so I'd go through the entire packaging process. I'd upload to PlayFab. I'd log in, and there's no AI, And so, stupid bugs like that. And then it's like, oh, I just forgot. And like I literally have, um, I literally made a system to literally disable and enable AI spawners. And then finally, I'm like, okay, you know what? This is a bad practice. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to have one like a mechanics testing level. So make sure I work out of that and I don't touch the main level. I try to do anytime there's like this certain dev mode you have to be in. I try and make that as limited as possible. So when you go into packaging, you're not having like 10 checkboxes and things to change before you package your game. Um, and that's why like I missed a step. So like this my whole like packaging a game thing. I missed a step for make sure the ocean river volumes. I didn't have that as my checklist yesterday, so I missed it. Um, and the idea of vertical third is to finally like the next evolution in workflows is game architectures. We have game engines, which was the logical first step to save people years of work. And now the next step is just like you're doing, you bought this big MMO package, right? That's going to save you years of work. That is basically a game architecture as well. Um, that's what's going to be the next step. So like first step, you picked Unity. Next step, you picked a big game architecture for an MMO. You know, that's basically what we're building vertical third towards. And everything we learn from Ruins of Tearyn is going to be incorporated back into vertical third. And um, less prone to breaking our mistakes. Bro making games in 2017 was as impossible, at least for me. I'm 29 now. I was a teenager then. Technology advanced games, game dev by multitudes, and still going. Anything to make things easier. If we can save time, I'll do it. Yep. You can make a lot of money singing an MMO framework. It's just sticking to maintaining it. Yep. So like the thing about selling, like we've experienced this firsthand. Selling game dev tech is a long cycle. Okay. Um, you look at any type of game technology, whether it's um, it's one thing if you have a triple like some sort of venture backing for it, um, or corporate sponsors for it, or something like that. But like Blender started in like 2006 or something. We only started to like really use it in 2016 or something like that, right? Um, and there's numerous examples of like Roblox started in like 2004 or something, and you only start hearing about it until 2014 and onward. Um, like Unreal Engine itself, right? It Unreal Engine 4 came out in 2014. AAA didn't really actually like fully like adopt it until Unreal 5, right? There's like all the companies that still had their proprietary engines, they didn't swap to Unreal 4, not right away, right? And once they started to actually have like Unreal 5 and like all the multitudes and stuff there, like you didn't see a lot of things like and like I've heard, I think I don't remember where I thought the statistic, but Unreal and Epic Games themselves were like $100 million company before Fortnite, right? Like that was their revenue every year, and they have massively long, uh, sales cycles because of a revenue-based model. Um, so they were like, in terms of corporate companies, kind of small revenue-wise, um, and like there's kind of like from the time someone starts using their product to the time that they get paid is like massively long. And then they have to track down those payments and revenue cuts and all these things. Yeah, Unreal 5's announcement was pretty crazy. It's not necessarily customer ego. I mean, it can be. You're absolutely right. It can be, um, especially when it comes to engineers. Engineers have egos, right? A lot of them want to over-architect things, and that's why like when I apply for jobs, I apply as a technical designer. Um, because I can do like that's the best fitting, especially in corporate companies right now. They're very snobby towards it. Obviously, very dependent on the company, but there's this snobby attitude that Blueprints is real code. It's just designer code. But then you have a company like the team that made Expeditions 33. They just came out with a recent Unreal Fest video that 95% of their code is all Blueprint, right? And they picked and they did it properly. They profiled and they the stuff that was needed to be C++, they converted to C++. And so yeah, but I've seen a lot of companies that are like, we don't use Blur. Like I've applied to companies and they're like, we don't use blueprints. Go away. You know, they're too inefficient. Yeah, I was ecstatic that this video came out. Like it's one thing for any game to come out and say that. It's a whole other thing um, for a game of the year, massive hit. Um, you know, um, it's this one right here. Um, the big shot. Where is it? Boom. You know, that's the big shot right there. Um, and so, you know, we're on that same boat. Everything we do is blueprint. And like, look how well our game runs, and it's all blueprint. Like, it's still a coding language. Just have to know how to do it properly. That doesn't go anywhere. Um, but we have this small vertical slice of a MMO that's proving to do really well. So like, I don't know. Um, but yeah, it's back to the tech thing. It's ego, it's cost, it's if you build technology for games, you need to prove that X game is like you need to have an example game that is like proves it, right? And for years we've had our tech demo, which was online. We have if you go to the Epic Game Store. If you search up Vertical Third, we've had I actually turned it off because I'm like cutting corners on costs right now. Um, go to Epic Game Store and search Vertical Third. We have a Vertical Third tech demo that we've had up for free um, that you can log into and test a bunch of shit in it. Um, and I literally just because I'm testing a lot with Ruins of Tearyn, I've disabled the servers for a little bit to reduce server costs. Um, but it just shows all the different features that you can do in the game. It's like this is like a little bit of an MMO experience, you know, um, in the most technical, you know, presentation possible. It's got the loot, it's got bosses, it's got the different action systems, got all the quests, scaling of stuff. Um, but you know, we want to. That goes into a little bit of. Uh, yes, we're building Ruins of Tearyn, but we also chose Ruins of Tearyn to um, prove that Vertical Third is a good product and it can do a lot, and to improve it, right? And so we have flaws. Like Vertical Third's not um, perfect, and so but the whole idea of it is just like Unreal, improve it over time, and hopefully one day it becomes industry standard. You know, and if we're really lucky, it will be acquired by Epic. You know, and we get a big payout. It's like, and like the thing is, the only thing that Epic has that is closely related to it is Gas and their gameplay ability system, which some people have seen our product and be like, "Oh, look, they're using Gas," and I was like, "No, we're not. It's Vertical Third." Um, like, I think it shows it on was our
Epic Game, or no. So if we go to this, I think it shows at the very start. No, it shows a different one. Maybe it's the vertical third. We have so many of their first little 5-minute things. Um, no, so this is ours as well. Wandering Wisp was like a previs we did. Um, oh, I have it on our Start Gaming. Um, it's this like so. This is the very first vertical third iteration that we showed that we got on their stream, and like so like this is like Unreal 4. You know, it looks completely different. It's through I think it's through structs in the actual actor component and stuff, which obviously performance ended up being complete trash. Um, but this shows like how I'm designing abilities like very very easily and quickly. This is the very first version of it. Like almost even pulling out these little like location actors and stuff. Again, performance on this ended up being trash, and so I ended up going away from this method. But that turned into where is it? Do I not have it here? Oh, it's this one, I think. Yeah, that turned to this, which is again an upgraded version of what you were seeing there. Same boss we have in our game. We like our marketplace assets, but I'm designing things on the fly in Play and Editor during playtime, just modifying ability, modifying data, and eventually it comes into um, you know this massive thing here. And I actually designed several abilities here, and then in Editor tested with multiplayer. I just threw up a server, I synced our games, and then my wife and I jumped in immediately in Editor, started to play um, and kill stuff. It's the early versions of Vertical Third, and this just showing how much we love PvE and stuff. Um, Interesting demo. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I just hope my game doesn't die out right at the door. That's my fear. It doesn't catch enough players just over its lifetime while in development. Clearly, while playtesting, developers should be able to figure out issues preventing it from making it best it can be. The whole thing you need to plan for is how much you are a freaking triathlon marathon, right? Like you look at the current success stories of the success stories that you need to be trying to mimicking and looking for a path to success are Monsters and Memories, Pantheon, you know, uh, Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen, and Project Gorgon. What have they done? They have worked for years. They have streamed development. They have like what is Monsters and Memories path? They've they had a successful person, that has a little bit of money, got some legal rights to get volunteers involved. So they have the legal acceptance of volunteers adding to the project. They're all working towards um, a goal. It's been like what 4 or 5 years now that they've been working on this, something like that. Um, and so 5 years of development. It's probably going to be another, potentially several years before they understand if they're going to be fully successful. I disagree with a little bit of like they have around a 30-person team of volunteers. That feels too big for me. Um, Obviously it's very, very dependent on what the legal claims of what each person is contributing, what they want out of it, if they're giving up, if they're having potential revenue rights. That stuff can get very um, dirty, muddy waters. So I would never go the volunteer like people have volunteered work for us. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. Yeah, Monster Memories is all volunteer work. Um,
It's like 30 something contributing people doing volunteer work. Now that in mind, I don't know if Loving Robot has given them like equity in the company, um, or if it's the number one thing. The thing you have to understand when it comes to legal stuff. I don't know if you're in the U.S. or whatever. I'm talking about mostly U.S. stuff. Um, Again, not a lawyer, but this is what things I've been told. If anyone gives you something that they have worked on in your game, it is their product. Anything they give you is theirs. If someone builds you 3D models, that is their 3D model. If someone gives you coding work, that is their code. If someone gives you music, that is their music. Until they sign a document that says, any work I do for you is, legal ownership of your company and that product, anything they do from you is still theirs. And so you have to keep that in mind that if you're having anyone do anything for your project, it's not yours until they sign it over. And I can't think of like a MMO project that this happened to, but there are plenty of game studios, indie or double A, that have had legal battles over like being 2 years into development and they don't have the legal stuff figured out. They have a standstill on game direction that neither of them want to budge, and the artist says, "Nope, I'm taking all my art and I'm leaving," and they're gone, and all of that game can't use that art anymore. And the same could happen with a coder saying, "Nope, don't agree with your game direction. I'm leaving. I'm taking my code with me," and it's happened. Gotta be careful about that. Could cripple bankrupt the entire game. Yep. And so Monsters and Memories has a development path of volunteers, completely viable. I'm not saying it's not viable. Obviously, they're doing it, but you have to have the legal setup for it. You have to have a lot of conversations with people on what they want to have, what they want to get out of it. Is it just for portfolio? Is it just for the fun of it? Is it just for them being able to say that they contributed to this game in early development? Is it monetary? Like all these things, it's going to be on a person-by-person basis. Um, then there's the Pantheon path, where there are, I would say a little bit more corporate eyes, obviously, and they build a little bit, they get funding. They build a little bit more, they get funding. They build a little bit more, they get funding. And they have been the cockroaches of MMOs right now. And they lasted long enough to get to early access. Um, uh, if you look at if the Gamealytic, if you didn't know, gamealytic.com kind of shows a lot of analysis of stuff. Let's see if Pantheon's still here. Like Quinfall sold 312 copies. But they're a $10 game, so they made potentially around $1.5 million, which isn't terrible. It's like they're on Steam. I don't remember if they have a publisher or not. Their dev team, I think, is between 6 and 10 people. Not terrible. There's a decent runway for a year or so, but I think they've been working for a couple years already. So a couple years in development. Again, 3 years for 5 people is like I don't know what region they're in, but in the U.S., 3 people working for like 3 years. I think is like 800K or something like that. Maybe it's 5 years. I don't know. But you got Pantheon. They sold well for the early access. Um, $40 game, potential gross revenue of $4 million. I don't remember how big their team size is right now. But remember, $4 million doesn't mean they get 4 million. Um, so Steam takes a price. Steam takes such a big hit from some of this stuff. It's crazy, which is why we're going on Steam, or not. Why we're going on the Epic Game Store. Um, and then the last one was that was Pantheon, Monster Memories, and then you have Project Gorgon. Project Gorgon, the goats. Um, they're just a tiny team. Why is it not coming up? Project. Did I spell it wrong? Why is Project Gorgon not coming up? Am I spelling this wrong? Project Gorgon? Did they? Oh, is it apostrophe? Is it requiring the apostrophe? Yeah. Okay. Or not apostrophe, colon. Um, copy sold, 120, 3 million in revenue. They're an extremely small team, I think at this point. I'm not sure, but I actually volunteered for an MMO. It was cool. There was contracts that I had to sign. Yep. Um, but yeah, this talking about this all goes back to if you are trying to build an MMO in the Indie MMO category. These are like your different paths. You have Project Gorgon, very small team. They didn't have a publisher, right? They've been working for 10 years ish, right? Um, they have to go through a lot of I hate the story that the wife passed away from cancer, but what's his name did a great interview with her. Um, what's his name? Marl MMO. He did a good interview. Yeah, this was a really good interview. I liked this interview. It talks a lot about their struggles and stuff they had. I think this is the one, right? Yeah, yeah. They were. I don't know, bro. Releasing on Steam has so much merit to it. I know you already talked about the difference between Unreal and that's rough. I'll probably just do what Ash did and receive my own funds without a third party. Um, I'll probably just do what Ash did and receive my own funds without a third party taking a cut until I have to lol Steven Durat. Damn, this game looks so sick for looking so old. Yeah. So they were like Asheron's Call developers before, I believe. Um, and so that was really cool. I'm always looking at like past so that was a really cool that they got that interview done there. Um, Marl MMO is another one. Like always know like players' perspectives on things. Um, so I've been going through some of his stuff. There's Embers Adrift. That Embers Adrift is another one. Oh god, Embers Adrift got so screwed by the payment provider. That's another failure thing, and this one's like not even on them. It's like not even on them. Um, God, it's like so stupid. Payment provider issues. Um, God damn, that's like so bullshit. If you didn't know, Embers Adrift, like they like just launched on Steam, I think, or early access, something like that, and then their payment provider went under. And it wasn't like some small nobody thing. It was like a big company with lots of corporate people using them. Um, and a year's worth of like revenue got stolen basically. It just went away. And not only a year's worth of revenue, like the launch revenue, I think it was. I could be wrong about that, but there's also Death of Game. Again, I think this is like I can't remember how much he does interviews with devs or anything, but this might be a very perspective. He might be very player perspective of. Oh, oh, sorry about that. That was an auto mod. Just deleted everything you did. That's bullshit. Sorry about that. Um, honestly, I'm pretty nub when it comes to my chatbots. uh, So sorry about that. I'm not like the most dedicated streamer. You get access to my game dev playlist. You can also check it out. Other videos. What is your YouTube? Yeah, I have to figure out my auto mod. Um, that's bogus. That I just deleted that stuff. Um, is it just Paxian Games? Paxian Games. You said like there's you said there's a playlist. Some odd stuff here a little bit. I thought you had like a playlist. Again, I'm sorry for the weird the weird auto mod bot stuff. Uh, it keeps deleting your links. I don't know if you could just Google send me the name the name of the video. If it's is it a YouTube link, I assume. Yeah, I apologize for my mod stuff. Oh, you're timed over 600 seconds. Jesus Christ. Um, damn. Let me see if I can fix that. Um, shit. How do I undo that? I'm such a nub at this stuff. Sorry. Um, it's not even showing that it did anything. Extensions. This is so stupid. Like, it's not even showing it, that anything happened. Um, um, yeah, I'm trying to fix it. I don't know how to fix it. I'm trying to untime out. There we go. Oh my God. Can I restore these? All right, was it? I think I got it here. Oh yeah, watch this guy. As you can see. Cool. Yeah, take a look. Yeah, I like that one too. Jack Emmert was interesting. It's always interesting to see the, and always like the other thing to remember too is like Project Gorgon. I would say is probably considered successful now by the owners. Um, and like you look at Pantheon and Project Gorgon, both of them started like 10 years ago, right? And we have such a paradise like advantage by starting in 2025, right? Um, like the amount of tools, like it's crazy to think in 2015, PlayFab and like GameLift didn't really exist. These were services that were like kind of refined and started in like 2016. Like PlayFab as a company started in like 2016, I think it was, maybe 2015, and then it got purchased by Microsoft by like 2018 or something like that. Um, the only real competitor to PlayFab was GameLift, which got uh, that was bought out by Amazon, right? Um, the fact that I have PlayFab today, the fact that I have Unreal Engine in the state it's at, being especially Unreal Engine 5, the fact that I have Blueprint code available to me is such a crazy advantage for me starting out now versus starting out then. They talked about in that one Marl MMO um, video. They talked about how they had to do. I think they started with some sort of MMO package, and then they had to. Then they like finally figured out Unity, and could make Unity towards it. But like the technology, again, this goes back to the video I'm trying to make. The frickin' tech is such a big one. Um, not only from what you start with, like what you start with, tech debt in later years. Um, I think it was like funny. One of the like, and this can happen. The in one of the Owlboy talks, like Owlboy was, I think it was this one here. Uh, Owlboy talked about how their project outlived its programming language. They started with the programming language, and the language died before they released it. And it's like shit like that can happen, you know. Uh, so I think it was like XML or something like that. I can't remember what they were using, but Owlboy was a good and good video on that. And so it's just like, especially MMOs and how long they can live for. Um, it's wild, like and especially like when you're building an MMO now, you're expecting it's going to live for 20 to 30 years. So you damn right better make sure your foundation is strong and prepared for that journey. We all know, like a loving robot, like all of his obviously past interviews here, and they talk about the so much of the trash like code that some EverQuest has, right? And the character, the character, uh, the character file or whatever it's called, the character class has 10,000, 20,000 lines of code that has like a million different inventory checkboxes and stuff like that, uh, and all these weird things. Even was it PoE 2 talked about. I can't remember who did this interview. Um, Maybe it was this one, not that one. But Jonathan Rogers talks about how one of the problems in PoE 1 was that every class was like a different skeleton or something like that, and so every time they did an animation, they had to redo that animation 7 times. They didn't have like an Unreal Engine um, retargeting system where they could just transfer that animation to different skeletons. And so that's why a lot of their melee combat got screwed over because
Um, I think that was 2 months ago. The one I watched wasn't 2 months ago. Um, but one of the interviews, I think it was with the Zarin or Zarin. I can't remember, but um, they just talked about how bad their kind of animation rig setup was uh, in Path of Exile 1. And League of Legends, if you know Silas, they had to remake an ability for each champion LOL to take his R work over 100. Yeah, I know. And like the same thing for Mel. Mel has tons of unique interactions with stuff. Um, they can obviously for that's a little bit different in a sense of um, there are so much more at this stage of league that they're more about quality champions over quantity champions, and so um, they want very deep champions with unique abilities at their stage of their game because they already have quantity. They have quantity out of the wazoo, 170 champions or something at this point. Um, uh, but yeah, so it's just like for me, like that's why I have in my like mechanics testing level, like I very 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 basic. Why is it not showing? Started on my own character model, extremely basic, because I want to get my cosmetics, like loot appearance systems in, and so that's kind of like um, the very very basics. Again, we're trying to do something stylized with low poly, and how do we elevate low poly in a way? Um, you can see why like we got like little outline stuff. I think I even do. If I pull this out, let me try this real quick. Um, Texture. Just call this normal. This is what I did with the like when I was like doing reworking some of the textures for all the characters. I did a flat normal. I think it is. What? Why is it showing? Maybe it's engine content. Flat normal. Did that do it? No, that didn't do it. Was it default texture? No, that's not what I was looking for. I don't know. I played with stuff, and I'm playing with like look development and things. Um, I can't wait to deal with putting on gear on characters, making them fit. I know that's gonna be a. Um, and so for me, it's just morph targets, right? Um, like the fact that we have access to morph targets is really easy. Um, and again, if you're not aware, morph targets, you just have it's literally just built into the static mesh itself, or I think it's skeletal mesh. I think it has to be skeletal mesh. I can't remember if it's static mesh or not. I can't remember. Um, but you just resize it to the character, and it's easy peasy, and you can have it for every race. And so you just equip a race, equip it on ogres, and you set the morph target to ogres, and boom, you're good. Um, so overall, it's pretty easy. Again, that's Unreal. I don't know how it works in Unity, but I know there's. I know one guy that does a bunch of stuff with it.
Um, I don't know how he does it, but was it game dev pod? What is it called? This might not pull it up. What is it? What are the Unity guys? Their little talk show. There we go. Jason Weinman. He's got one guy on his is it podcast live? This guy here. This guy has a whole store, and his whole thing is doing a lot of morph target stuff with character models. I don't know what he does. Um, but he deals with. They're all like this whole podcast is like very Unity focused. Um, I've kind of fallen off listening to them a little bit. Uh, but I know that guy. His whole thing is creating 3D. Like a big part of his business is 3D characters from the marketplace, and Magic Games Unity. I think he has. I guess he has YouTube. Um, I don't know what he's up to these days, but he had a bunch of character stuff. And so I know Unity has a plugin or something. I don't know what. Again, I don't know what it does, but it's been a long time since I looked at his stuff. He had a bunch of like creatures and like orcs and stuff. I thought. That did a lot of these low poly, not low poly. Yeah, it's like this. Like he has like a lot of this stuff on his thing. I don't know why my internet's so slow right now. I will find a way. Yep, it's called Uma for Unity. Yeah, I think there is some morph stuff on that character thingy. An idea now how you can do morph stuff with third-party asset. Yeah. But yeah, it's just a random thing. Um, yeah, I think I'm just gonna call it quits today. I'll have my servers up till midnight. I don't know if anyone else is gonna get in there, but I think I might just get some food. Oh no, I screwed myself over. I have a bug where if I hit chat, yeah, I think I'm going to try having a much more longer dev cycle. I think I tested like almost every weekend this month. I think that was just too much. Too much testing. I racked up like probably $150 in server fees, which I didn't need to do. Um, uh, but yeah. Um, let me see if there's anyone else online. So you have to keep in mind that I have 3 servers that run. I have the character select server, I have the world server, and then I have the dungeon, right? And so the cost is the amount of time for 3 servers. So it's at $116 right now. That'll update a bit more. Um, but I have 3 servers here. And so the character select server, manages that. This is the zone server, and then this is the dungeon server, right? And so this is I used up my free hours. Usually I don't even break my free hours. Um, and so I can't remember um, how much time I've used. So you get 750 free core hours. Normally when I'm testing, just barely testing, I don't even use up my free hours. But I think I left my servers up for almost half the month. Um, I didn't really track it, so so now the caveat here too. Um, the caveat here is that this price could be reduced probably in half or more if I had if I had a Linux build. I can make all these servers. There's Windows servers right now because it's easiest to do. Well, I left them on because I was like actively testing with people. I wanted them online to just see if people would come, type thing. I poked a few content creators to see if they would come on, so I left them on um, for what if they chose to come play, you know. Um, and so this cost would be like when I'm more officially farther along, I'm going to convert this over to the Linux servers. That's just like I've never built a Linux computer before or installed it and stuff, so I have one spare laptop that I can start fiddling with that, which I might consider doing somewhat soon. Um, and so it's the Linux part of it, but then it's like running a Linux build. I know Unreal does have like Linux. They have remote build options, and so I think you can hook up. I started trying to do this on Apple. I do have an Apple laptop too that I can do or run a remote build on, and I think it just uses that computer for the network and maybe produces it on your like it's something in Unreal. Um, and so it's overall it's relatively cheap for the whole thing. But it's just because that cost doesn't really increase right there. That's just like the monthly cost for servers per hour, right? Um, and so it's always about you have the cost. Like there's like the cost of the server, there's the cost of compute, and there's cost for bandwidth. Is like the main three categories, right? Different services are going to change and vary based on that. And so maybe you don't pay the cost per hour for servers, but maybe it's more expensive per users and stuff. And so there's pros and cons to different ones. I think I would probably argue that Amazon's probably cheaper to do stuff at this stage. Um, I just haven't. I learned off PlayFab, so like call it tech debt or whatever. But I'm just comfortable with using PlayFab, so I haven't fully investigated into um, looking up if GameLift is better. I also know that Microsoft is sort of a target acquirer of because they're obviously competing versus Amazon for just server technology and server market share. And so my idea there with Vertical Third is, potentially have them acquire Vertical Third, but that's, probably a pipe dream. Um, but, you know, Amazon and Microsoft are constantly acquiring companies just as a form of anti-competition, and every company out there is already using Amazon. So I'm trying to poke people at Microsoft of, hey, look, here's our Unreal Engine tech that uses Microsoft, and so yeah, like the whole thing with PlayFab and GameLift, um, my like there is two companies out there, and if one corporate company scoops up both, then they have the full market share, right? And then it's like build your own or buy it. And so both companies they bought one,
And that happens all the time. They buy companies out so the competitor doesn't get it, and they either choose to develop it further or just kill it. That's just corporates for you. Yeah, it can be. I when so PlayFab originally, their servers were Amazon, and they had to convert over to Azure, and that process took like 4 years. And when they implemented it, it was monstrously more difficult to get a server up and running. Before, when PlayFab was still its own company, you build your Unreal Engine's dedicated server, upload it to the cloud, you're pretty much done. That's all it was. When Microsoft came in, it was install a GSTK, here's the marketplace plugin, here's like other random crap you have to put into your build settings, and oh, we don't give that documentation. Our community had to create it for it. I still have this old, you know, doc that's not even from Microsoft on creating, implementing the GSDK for PlayFab, and this is all community driven. So it's okay now. Once you spend a week figuring it out, it's whatever. All right, I gotta go. Thank you for coming around. Take care.